Giggle, giggle, giggle. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Hello, hello, hello. A second. Hello again. Everything fucking sucks. Everything is really, 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 really bad. Like, really bad. And I'm really anxious to be here today for some reason. Oh, fuck. I didn't close most of the windows. Hold on, let me close. I hope you can hear all of this fucking garbage that goes outside. Okay. This closes. This closed. Oh, I am live. Why, when I myself live, I always get notification pretty early on, like it's just a minute into a stream, but when Northern Lion goes live, even though he goes live at a single time, every time notification comes to me like half an hour later. Is it fair? I don't think so. I don't want to know that I'm on my stream because, you know, I'm streaming. Why the fuck people who actually want to watch doesn't send me a notification? That's so unfair. What are we doing? I'm so anxious. I was sleeping on the floor for the past couple of days and my back, I don't know if my back is healing or if it's getting worse, but my muscle's kind of stiff. I mean, it could be better. Yes. Actually, I like sleeping on the floor, even though I do it out of like some weird mental necessity. Because for some foreign reason, I feel better sleeping on the floor. I feel safer sleeping on the floor. And today I'm gonna sleep on the floor too. But not for long, unfortunately. If it was my will, I would like sleep on the floor all the fucking time. It's great. Maybe at some point my back stopped being annoyed by it so much. Another second, and we're gonna start the stream. I need to do something real quick. Also, I'm gonna be here for like a long period of time, so we're gonna take a break every 2 hours. And if something happened and I take a break unscheduled, not on 2 hour mark, that means, you know, something is happening, unfortunately, and I need to move or I don't know. Like I'm telling you, situation is really, 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 really unstable around here, and you don't need to think too much about what it means actually, but you know, just keep it in mind. Umineko. What are we doing? Oh, Butler trying to defend Beatrice's existence in a way of proving that grandfather could still be alive at this time. At 12 o'clock yesterday in Umineko days, right? Oh, shit. Hold on. Need to cough. Oh, I'm gonna die. Cool. Okay. Characters. Now let's go logs. Is my mic too close to me? I wonder. Is it even right mic? Because I was... it feels like it's right mic. I was doing something here. Oh, and also is everything... If everything gonna be alright, tomorrow I'm doing really quirky Umineko stream. So be aware. It's gonna be one-time deal. And I can't tell you exactly what it's gonna be, but it's like a little thing. The streaming that's Kyunchira, me, Butler. In other words, it's not just dust on the window. windowsill like you see all the time, sorry. Time on the TV, she even checked to see there is no soap and toilet paper in the washroom. Pretty devoted, if you ask me. It wouldn't kill you to skip a day from time to time. What is your point? Please don't waste your time putting on airs. Connecting to chat? Bad internet? Doesn't think so. Stream is working. What's the problem with chat? Chat identity. Broadcaster of this channel. Cringe. Oh, okay, it's fine. What is your point? Please don't waste our time putting on airs. Okay, so he just gets to it. After seeing grandfather go to sleep, Natsuki apparently performs an inspection of a room before leaving. Okay. Shirimiya giggle. Isn't putting on airs the detective's right? I am the detective. Great face. Since we're inside the study, you can probably tell, but even though we call it a study, it wouldn't be wrong to call it a second house inside the mansion. It was a sleeping room, a study, a washroom, and even a toilet and a bath. So it's not so much a room as it is a house. Thank you for explanation of a study layout. However, the move of having him somewhere within is already being defeated. There won't be any hiding, but I'm pretty sure there are plenty of blind spots. For example, if Natsuki went to the bathroom to check the amount of toilet paper, most of the study would be out of your sight range. In other words, for almost every location in the study, the observer would have disappeared. Observer disappearance! We lost track of Kinzo! For your attention, I beg to inform you that the witch's darkness is filling the study. Good, it's been filled with the power of darkness. Why are you like this? And so, what if the observer... if Natsuki left? So what? When grandfather noticed the fussy Aunt Natsuki finally leaving, he got up. Why? On a night of madness such as this, nothing goes better with a drink than enjoying the mad whatever of the night sky. Because Natsuki was in the blind spot of a bathroom, it becomes impossible for grandfather to walk through the study at will. It was possible for him to move without Natsuki's knowledge. It was possible for him to move without contradicting what Natsuki knew. Yeah, but she didn't left. Wouldn't she notice if she left the room completely? She just went to the bathroom. And then she gonna come back and she gonna see that he's not here, right? Warning! Butler is approaching the study door! For your attention, a loud noise is produced when the lock on the study door is released. No, you cannot leave through the door without drawing Natsuki's suspicion. Okay. Because Butler had acted as though he was heading for the door, Gertrude, who was sealing the door, immediately issued a warning. Oh, by the way, if the last time you, for some reason, watched the stream and you were annoyed at me being all trying to find the extra meaning in the names of those two girls, of Gertrude and whatever the fuck the other girl's name, Cornelia, you're wrong. You're wrong. Every single other character in this game fucking has a double meaning in them, and those two characters are the only ones who doesn't. So it was not at all weird of me to be super interested in what the fuck their names referencing. Okay? We really created a strawman. Oh. And got mad at him. Holy fuck. I hope you can hear it. That's scary sounds. Maybe it was possible for him to leave the study while not his blind spot. However... That's right, the sound! We know there is a loud sound when the auto lock released. Even if Natsuki was in blind spot inside the study, she wouldn't have missed the loud sound over the afterlock releasing. There is no way she shouldn't find it odd. For your attention, I beg to inform you that Natsuki did not hear the sound of a door opening while in the room. The washroom and toilet are very close to the door. Couldn't she... I don't know, couldn't she flush the toilet? I mean, it's gonna be super weird. Couldn't she flush the toilet and noise of toilet would mask the noise of lock? Maybe? I mean, she's around the water. Is it so weird for her to turn on some water and the noise from water is gonna mask every other sound? Even if they hadn't been, that other lock always left off such a massive sound. She'd be able to hear that sound no matter what. Okay. Natsuki had already spoken with Erika and the others about detail of the previous night, and she had made it quite clear that nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. The argument that Natsuki could have failed to hear the log would not work. For your attention, I further inform you of the following. Kinzo entering or exiting through the door will not be permitted. Huh. That's annoying, okay. For your attention, I beg to inform you that this is a useless struggle. It's foolish in the extreme. It is true that I can't break through the red of the girl by the door, but what about you over here by the window? Turning his back to Gertrude, dread of a grave, more fear. Another great title. Turning his back to Gertrude, who claimed that leaving through the door was impossible, Butler locked his gaze on Cornelia, who stood in front of the window. Make sure you hold that barrier of yours up tight, or else you're gonna be sent flying. By now, Butler's target was clear. It was Cornelia, and it was the window. Oh. It's 2 keys. Okay. The Argijinkas for windows and doors. Okay, as you say. It's just 2 of them, right? He was going to smash this lock room from the window. Not expecting to be chosen as target herself, Cornelia was overwhelmed for a second, but she quickly regained her composure. Although it was rare, it happened sometimes that the witch struggling to flee would directly target the one setting up the barriers. And it was always the witch's last futile resistance at the blink of death. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Butler's target is you, Cornelia. Okay. I ask that you be on your guard. It is foolish in the extreme! God, have pity on this foolish lamb! She's cute. I'm no lamb. I'm the head of the Ushinomiya family, is an eagle. The head of the Ushinomiya family is an eagle. Even if he only was one wing. Don't think that you can keep me shut up in the study forever with just a flimsy window like this. Starting from a low posture, both silent and supple, Butler ran forward like a white leopard. Who writes these sentences? What the fuck is this? This guy couldn't possibly mean to... I love this expression with one brow being lower than the other. It's a great one. This is... For your attention, there is no way to defect my red. Know that you wish will not be granted. Cordelia turns out both your arms and draw a sigh. When she did, a red barrier blocked the way ahead of Butler. I beg to inform you that this is useless, Ushinomiya Butler. For your attention, my windows are sealed from the inside, and Natsuki did not help Kinzo to escape. I'm not saying Aunt Natsuki helped grandfather escape. What if grandmother snuck out, keeping it a secret from Aunt Natsuki? Why would Kinzo go out of the window on his own? On a night of madness, sleeping under the rainy sky is but a leisure activity of pair with my drink. But this is the 3rd floor! It's impossible! Even you must occasionally jump on the bottom step when you're going down a flight of stairs, right? 3 stories is nothing for Kinzo. Okay. I wouldn't put it past him. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him. That's ridiculous! Blue cracks appeared in Cornelia's red barrier and it shattered with a crisp sound. It was all far too quick. It looked almost as though she's gotten out of the way herself in fear of Butler. Endless 9! Magic resistance, Endless 9! Cornelia-sama, you can't block it. Retreat! At the same time the barrier shattered, the window behind Cornelia's back was flung open. The curtains fluttered for just an instant. Though it was all filled with rain, the heavens and the country yard were spread out in front of them, a fitting exit for the eagle leaping from the locked room. This is crazy. Cornelia, repays the barrier. As you wish, Superior Lenore. Know that you will not succeed in breaching the window. This voice is so annoying. Cornelia quickly came back to her senses and set up another red barrier. However, this was the last one. For your attention, I beg to state the following. Let us temporarily assume that Kinzo did escape through the window. In this case, how did he lock a window which cannot be locked from the outside? The window was locked from the inside. He just, slapped it back. No good. Yeah, it's no goddamn good at all. Kinzo and Butler grinned. You guys suck. She thought that Feeble Red could be blocking charge of Butler and Kinzo, the two family heads? After Grandfather jumped out the window, Aunt Natsu probably noticed a slight draft. She then approached the window, realized that it was wide open, and quickly closed and locked it. Yeah, that seems about right. This is so dumb. Natsu probably couldn't even imagine that I slip out of the window. Yeah. Yeah, in blue. It's only natural that Aunt Natsu thought Grandfather was sleeping in bed. Just... This is so fucking dumb. Should Kinzo pretend like a teenager in fucking old-ass movie, pretending to go out to do crimes and sleeping out of his bed through the fucking window. Giggling. Ah, that's a good night to jump. Time to one-wing eagle to fly in the sky. Jesus Christ. Oh, I forgot Kraus is missing. My grandpa can be this Chunibya. I have no idea how it's written in kanji, so I can't tell for sure. Can they shut up? Now that Butler had found the answer, the red barrier was more fragile than thin glass. The red magical wall of certainty had been smashed again so easily that it disgraced the name of certainty itself. Could it be believed? That barrier was more firm than any shield Renov had ever used against Jessica, and yet it had been destroyed so easily. Though Butler was charging furiously forward and had almost reached Cornelia, she didn't step aside. Her still spirit, worthy of the name a Cern Junfrau, didn't allow her to step aside. She took a talisman from her pocket, placed it in thin air, and drew a sign. Then, not red but blue burned here. Though it was far more frail than the red barrier, it was your last measure of resistance. You won't get through! You won't! For your attention! For your attention! Be that as it may, this is the 3rd floor! How could a wingless human escape from the window? Know that you won't get through! You won't! Just quit your whining and watch! This is the answer. Is Butler gonna jump? This is the answer! The Butler flew. Oh, it has bushes below or something? He burst through Cornelia blue barrier, smashing it away, and his body flew out of the window into the darkness of a rainy sky. Butler is crazy! He is insane! He's a psychopath, okay. It gives him points from my perspective. The fragments of a blue barrier shattered, leaving blue dust in their way, coloring the air beautifully. The locked room has been smashed open. Butler had jumped from the mansion. He was in the sky above the rainy courtyard. All of the raindrops had become small round gems that were scattered through the air. Butler was flowing through the jewelry box world of this beautiful stormy sky filled with countless raindrop gems. You guys are sick fucks. In the sky of a world doesn't fuck. I should be slower. I should not rush. In the sky of the world, frozen in time, Lenore and Butler faced each other. If Butler, who was smashed and thrown out of the window, was like a knight leaping off the white horse, then Lenore, who floated in the air waiting for him, was also a knight. In the air above the courtyard, surrounded by the Ushiromiya mansion and frozen in time, the true new head of the Ushiromiya family and a disciple of a heaven who would test him crossed past. This flavor text is too sweet for my liking. Brilliantly done! Whether you live or die when you fall into the courtyard, it does not change the fact that Kinza could have broken out of the locked room. You are true, mother, giving up your life for jump. It has the same energy as if you tell people, well, this is a crosswalk for pedestrians to walk through. If a car hit me on a crosswalk, like it's gonna be a car's fault, not mine, right? I'm not gonna stand here and wait for cars to just, ride. I'm just gonna go. It's for me. I'm doing everything right. People get really mad when I say something like this. Even though I'm right. Like, it's gonna be car's fault. Driver's fault, not mine. Same energy. You did well to break out locked room barrier. I am impressed, Ushiromiya Butler. However, I am Lenore Enox, Chief Inquisitor. I cannot allow you to escape from under my nose. Now, at the end, allow me the honor of crossing swords with you. Sure, bring it on. This game isn't as easy as it looks. In a world where gems of rain fell slowly like a large snowflakes on a snowy field. Hold on, it just got to me. In a real world, this crazy fuck is like, hey, my auntie just getting questioned by this little girl. Let me do some extreme shit to prove this little girl wrong. Excuse me? Let me jump out of the window in order to prove my fucking point. Because, stakes in real world not as high as in meta world with all of these other people. I wish I could talk. Lenore and Butler slowly crossed paths. It seemed slow, and yet it happened in a flash. Their gazes crossed and clashed like lightning. Then night confronts night. It's always head-on, decided in a single strike. Is it? Ooh! Whoa, she looks cool here! Look at this art! Let's clear it. Let's look at it. Look at foreshadowing. It is keys. I thought it's some weird religious symbol, but it is 2 keys. Okay. She does look good. Her design is not awful. She's just weird. No sparkle in Butler's eyes. Blue and red crossed paths. Huh. Was the existence of Nazi's blind spot within the study depicted beforehand? If it's not, your theory is impermissible. What are you talking about? Was the existence of Nazi's blind spot within the study depicted beforehand? If it was not, your theory is impermissible. Nox 8. It is forbidden for a case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Oh! This is great role, by the way. What do you mean? It's logic. It's not the... You don't need to talk about this specifically. Jesus Christ. It's logic. It's logic that if a house has multiple rooms, if you go from one room to the other, you probably wouldn't know what's going on in the other room. You know, because of the walls. The nurse double strike with both blue and red blades sliced at Butler and missed. Those long swords, which had never lost in 100 battles, cut through the empty air. Oh no, Butler is dead. When we entered the study, its structure was mentioned clearly. Yeah! Sorry, little miss. For the first time, Lenore showed an expression. It was a soft smile. She had known since long ago that the study structure had been mentioned, but she couldn't let him escape without making a single strike. As an inquisitor, she could not do that. So, though she had known that she wouldn't make it, she still crossed swords with Butler. Yes, I knew. That answer of yours does not violate Nox's 8th commandment. Don't hold this against me. I hope you're ready. Yes, come. In Butler's hand was a blade that shone red. That blade etched out of the red truth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Kinzo's study was a small villa he had created inside the mansion. A study, a book archive, a place to sleep, and a bathroom and a washroom was divided into multiple rooms. That was already presented, and it suggested that the room side's blind spots can exist within the study. Without any mercy, no, without any reluctance that would have been dishonorable, the sword of red truth cut into Lenore. Is she gonna die here? She just came here for one scene and she gonna die here? No way. Its sharp tail cut the countless gem drops filling the sky into beautiful hemispheres. Sound of a gun, okay. Brilliant work. Time exploded into life. Both of them fell through the courtyard. One drifted down, the other tumbled through the air. Then there was a soft sound and a dull thud. The first was the sound of Butler landing gently in the courtyard. The second was the sound of Lenore crashing down. After crouching down for a while, Butler slowly stood up. Though he had jumped down from a third floor, he had landed as lightly as though he had merely jumped over a fence. Butler! Piotr leaned out of a study window, looking to see if the supposedly wingless Butler had landed safely. Beata, come on! Jump! Is he gonna catch her? Huh? That window is our way out, so jump! You aren't the kind of witch who'd let yourself be trapped inside the locked room. The study was no longer a locked room. She could jump from here, escape from here. The locked room which had threatened to capture the witch and suffocate her had now been destroyed. You too, Kinzo! Go. From the moment Butler showed his answer, my spirit had already escaped from this room. Okay. Kinzo's form became a group of gold butterflies and disappeared. The locked room barrier had dissolved, and the power which denies magic had scattered. Beata ran towards the window. That was the only exit from the locked room of this winch hut. After glancing at the Inquisitor and the Chester sisters, she readied her wound-covered body and ran towards the window just like Butler had done. She looked like Cinderella running as she heard the bell toll. My favorite Disney princess? You're not getting away, Beatrice, you witch illusion! Erica flew at Beata, trying to grab onto her as she dashed away, but it was like trying to catch a smoke, and Erica landed face first on the floor. There is no way a human can watch a witch. All of this happening while relatives just stand here and dumbfoundedly looking at the window that Butler just jumped from. But one such as hers without love, even touching Beata was impossible. Chester troops, shoot the witch! Shoot you dead! Alignment conflict, unable to fire. For your attention, we have no barrier prepared which can block Butler's blue truth. Both Chester, 00 and Gertrude spoke with unbelievably calm voices. No one can stop any of them? Not Butler, or Kinzo, or Beatrice? If these guys escape, then... my locked room, my deduction! And I, the detective, Furudo Erika. Yeah. Erika crouched, screaming, clutching at your head. You're the great golden witch! You can't be defeated by something like this geezer grubby study. It'll just steal the first twilight. Show these newcomers that your game isn't that easy. She broke the window. Just like Butler, Beata also jumped. Yay! He got her! What of this fucking scene from a Disney movie? She drifted down through the game drop jolly box whirled into Butler's chest. Butler caught her both arms as though catching an angel wings. Fuck, I wish it was me. It was like a knight catching a princess who had been locked up in a tower, like a beautiful picture of a scene in some fairy tale. Crap. I think I'm in love! All those Shiremiya family heads guys like this? If you were to chronicle all the daring exploits of the Shiremiya Kinzo, you would probably have a tale longer and wider than all the grimoires in the study put together. It seemed the tale of the next head will be worth writing down as well. In fact, it already was being written. It's already a very, very long tale. It is! It is! They know! The demon giggled on top of the roof, holding umbrellas. Then they quietly looked down over the two in the courtyard. You're not bad at all. I guess all your games toughen me up. In shock, Beata actually praised Butler as he held her in his arms. What are those collusion of two worlds? Is Butler actually jumped, or it's just some imagining? But he laughed in his usual carefree way. This is impossible! Impossible! I'm sorry. Erika looked down from the window and clenched her teeth, still clutching at her head. Still holding Beata in his arms, Butler grinned back. Erika. What is this? I'm not giving the riddle of the golden bitch up to you. I'm going to solve it. That riddle belongs to the two of us. You're so annoying. You're getting annoying right now. Right, Beata? Yes. My riddle is... Yo? Butler gave her a mischievous grin. Beata's face turned uncharacteristically red. What the hell? But even so, she wore with a refreshingly bright expression while laughing loudly. My riddle is... yours. Yours alone, Shiremiya Butler. Is real Beata knows about this? Is she gonna be happy with your decision? I won't let anyone else solve it. Listen to her, saying something like that. Butler snorted, amused that Beata had said something so unlike her. And still holding Beata in his arms, he spun around in a cult of waltz. Huh? The falling gem drop celebrated their overcoming of this trial. He jumped down from the third floor, unharmed? He jumped down and escaped from the locked room? This is ridiculous. This isn't reasoning. This is insane. At least she knows. At least she's right. If Butler had at least been seriously injured and riding in the mud, Erika might have still had some ground to stand on. She might have been able to claim that Kinza couldn't have jumped down with his old body and gotten away unscratched. Why is this? Why is he able to do this? You gonna explain to me? Pretty please? However, Butler stood calmly in the courtyard, looking up at Erika with the dignity of the victor. Let me ask all of you again. This can't be possible, right? There's no way a human can jump out of a third-story window and land unharmed. Isn't that right, everyone? Much less Kinza-san jumping down from a third floor at his age. There's no reasoning behind this. Erika tried to get everyone's agreement and somehow turn things around, but their responses were no different from how they had been a short while ago. No, with Kinza-san, it is a possibility. Why are you so calm? Why suddenly Erika reacts, like, reasonably? Is Basel actually not jumped? Why is everybody so chillax about this? Wouldn't put it past that. This is father we're talking about. There are plenty of crazy stories about this man. Something like this wouldn't surprise me at all. What? Is there something wrong with your head, in your minds, people? And then you're right. It looked like your locked room argument wasn't perfect. Oof. Oh, she's so upset. Not only the servants, but the family members also agreed. They all agreed that there would be nothing strange about Kinza jumping down from a third floor window. Just who in the world is a Shiramiya Kinza person? Well, I give you 60 points. Kinza would have done it with a bit more flash in his younger days. It needs some tweaking. And how much should it be tweaked? Well, he might have jumped down with me in his arms. Got it. Next time we do this, I jump down with you in my arms. Fuck you guys. I'd like to see you try. Peter's voice went very shrill and she gulped. Then her body suddenly became a group of gold butterflies and crumbled away. It was because many people had rushed up to the window and she had been bathed with gas filling with the anti-magic toxin. Vera's body became invisible to them and melted into the air. So, to their eyes, it appears that Butler was standing all alone out in the courtyard. Oh, okay, thank you! Butler, you okay? It looked like he's alright, thank goodness! Fucking finally, guys! You were just standing here discussing with fucking Federica. What with Erika? With Erika. Thank goodness! I am defeated. In this case, with the benefit of the people in the study, deliver me a final blow. Use your final blood truth to show how Kinza escaped from the locked room of the study. There was no pain in the nurse's expression. Pleasure and pain never showed up in her face in the first place. However, she used her longsword as a clutch as she struggled on her feet, so it was easy to tell that she had taken heavy damage. And despite lack of expression, that's annoying. I don't like when my gulping sounds are picked up on my mic. But I'm afraid to play around with compressor and stuff and with noise gate and limiters because I'm afraid to do something wrong. And despite her lack of expression, you couldn't tell that this was a loss she could accept. Butler and Lenore turned to face each other. Here I go. Yes, come. Although readying herself, Lenore quietly closed her eyes, but she still stood tall and maintained her air of dignity. I swear to God, if he's not killing her right now, I'm gonna be so mad. She's gonna come back and she's gonna be more powerful than ever. You need to kill her. This is my blue truth. The blue power gathered. Butler slowly approached Lenore. Then he faced the rainy sky and yelled out the blue truth. Ushiramiya escaped from the study through the window, then Aunt Natsuki couldn't see him. Aunt Natsuki didn't notice and locked the window. This way, Aunt Natsuki can see grandfather go to bed at 11 o'clock, and grandfather can escape from the study without contradicting the lock of a window or a door sealed by the receipt. I proved through my demonstration that this escape was physically possible. Therefore, the battle is over. What a madman. The blue wedge flashed through the courtyard, along with a blue bolt of lightning. The roared down towards Lenore's forehead as she stared up in the sky. So bad, so bad. Ah. Whereas games are no walk in the park, it's doubtful whether the conversation of the mystery genre even apply here. His swordsmanship isn't bad, but you shouldn't be a bit more flexible in your thinking. A massive blue wedge, which looked like a pillar, was above Lenore's forehead. Uh-oh. She had stopped with its tip just slightly touching her. It didn't run her through. Made no mark larger than being poked with a pencil. When Butler snapped his fingers, the blue wedge shattered and became a slower of translucent gems. No drops of rain that poured down over the courtyard. Lenore sat down in the absence of the way. It is a mistake. You should not have done it. You should just kill her. Amidst the thunder and rain, the successor to the Ushiramiya family faced the people staring down from the study and spread his arms wide. Welcome to Beato and my game. We receive you with open arms, Furudo Erika. I like it, Ushiramiya Butler. Good. Truly good. I'll devour it whole. This riddle of the witch. All the way deep into its guts while it's still alive. Butler and Beata both look calmly up at Erika, who couldn't contain that evil laugh. This is good stuff. Erika, that was so lame. Oh, Lady Bercasto, my apologies. That face of yours, it's so incredibly laughable that I'd like to squash it flat and put a flame around it. My double is so pathetic, shameful. Based in his sneers over Castell, the being who was like a mother to her. Oh no! Not more mother issues! Didn't they watch the previous games? Didn't they teach them at least something? Erika was so ashamed that it looked as though she'd chew her lower lip to pieces. What is this? Like, okay, whatever. This, I swear! Ushiramiya Butler! Beatrice! Ushiramiya! Natsuki! Minor glove? This riddle is ours. I won't let anyone get in the way. Beatrice! Yes! Oh, crooked. Smile. Minaku no Nagakura Nichiro. Nocturne of Truth and Illusion. Yay! We finished the chapter, isn't it nice? Reasoning and inspection. So vague. Ooh, new background. It's not gold though, it's just yellow. The golden land and the quiet rain just keep on falling. Are we gonna see a real Beata? Yay! Yippee! In the arbor sat the sad witch whose eyes had lost their grunt and butler. Virginia could also be seen here. She sat next to Beata, knitting quietly. Knitting? Lambda Delta's game had passed the climax of a first twilight, and they were taking a short break. Gazing out at the golden rose garden soaked with rain, Butler thought back on the present that was to come and what has happened so far. To Butler, thinking was itself a battle. Even with the game stopped and Beata unable to speak, he could still keep on fighting. Virgilia suddenly stopped her knitting. Butler had noticed too. Though none should have been able to visit this rose garden, they had noticed a silhouette approaching. Huh? That's unusual. Not many people can reach this place. It's her. Lenore? Who is this? Oh, it is her. The silhouette, walking through the quietly falling rain without so much as an umbrella, was Lenore. That was a splendid garden maze. A very nice try to enjoy the roses. Why are you here? It's been some time, Miss Beatrice. Excuse me, it is Miss Virgilia now, is it not? Long time no see, Lenore. Come over here. We aren't ones to leave a guest out in the rain. Don't worry. She hasn't come to fight. Do you know her? She's one of my old friends from heaven. This really takes me back. Is Lenore some Dagda reference? Miss Virgilia possesses a deep knowledge of heavenly studies. I have often battled with her over interpretations. My many intellectual adventures with you are quite enjoyable. I'd like to do it again sometime. Yes, let's do it again sometime. I'd love to fight with you again. They used the word fight, but it didn't sound like they meant anything unpleasant by it. It sounded like something all chess rivals would say to each other. Unlike Beata, it seemed that Virgilia had always acted properly and contagiously, so she had many friends in various other worlds, including both heaven and demon world. Surprisingly, Lenore was one of them. Lenore, who had crossed swords with me just a short while ago, bowed her head as if to thank us for allowing her shelter from a sudden rain, and sat in seat Virgilia pointed out, like a guest. Is there any type of black tea you would prefer? Anything. Any tea you make is superb. Then how about Darjeeling? Butler, Beata, would you like some more? Yeah. Beata and I would like a refill, right? As usual, Beata didn't answer, but if you quietly gave her a cup, she would sip it from time to time. There was still some black tea left in this cup, but it had already chilled, so Butler asked for a refill for Beata as well. Why my sinuses just get blocked in the middle of a stream every time? This is awful. I'm not even sick, like... What's the problem? It's not cold here. It's pretty hot, actually. No more cold world. Cold world is dead. I have heard the rumors. How pitiable that Beatrice, the endless witch famous for her cruelty, has been reduced to this. She's no longer participating in the game. Lampa Delta is the one controlling the Beata that's on the game board. I know. However, she is the original master of this world. And you are a proper guest, invited by the master. That is why I have come to greet you. On the game board, Beata and I made Lenore, but those were the game pieces of those witches. They weren't Beata and me ourselves. Is this why you went out of your way to greet Butler-kun and Beata here? I see you as conscientious as always. This is my way of doing things. Greetings, Mr. Butler. I am Lenore A. Knox. We play opposite roles, but it is a pleasure to meet you. Sure. I'm Shirmia Butler. Pleased to meet you. Greetings, Miss Beatrice. I'm Lenore A. Knox. Beata, she's saying hi. She says welcome. Thank you very much, Miss Beatrice. The witch and the inquisitor, whose job was to hunt witches, greeted each other around a tea table surrounded by aroma of a black tea. It was a strange sigh. Sigh? 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 Sigh. Virgilia made gold butterflies appear from the palms of her hand and transformed them into a teapot and a candle with tea leaves. It was a very witch-like way of preparing tea. She was a witch, so it wasn't a particularly unusual sign, though it was a bit concerned about whether Lenore, an inquisitor, would allow herself to watch such a spectacle. Have no fear. I'm so rude as to quibble around the way my tea is served. Even though the tea is being made with magic? This is a tea set hiding in the shadow, and Miss Virgilia is making the tea with a secret. We interpret and or conclude that it was made with magic, as if it's written as such in a tale. Its interpretation permitted even by Nox's ninth commandment. Oh my. I do believe the interpretation of the ninth commandment as such a delicate issue that they're even viewed as taboo by the general court. Even though it's just a personal opinion, if it became known that the chief inquisitors, such as yourself, if the chief inquisitor said such a thing, you might be shocked. No matter what kind of interpretation I might record, there is nothing false about the way your tea tastes. Therefore, I will never concern myself with how it was prepared. Though she looked cold, she was a surprisingly tactful person. If Lenore were to deny the black tea had been prepared with magic, this magic would surely be crushed in an instant. However, even it was depicted that the tea set existed here and Virgilia had used it to make the tea normally, the result that Virgilia had made the tea would still remain uncharged. The magic that hides the results in darkness is evil. We will not permit it. However, magic that conceals the process is not necessarily evil. My foe is evil, not the magic itself. I get it. The important thing is that you've been welcomed with some tea, so it's just common courtesy to avoid complaining about how it was made. That's right. It's common courtesy to be grateful for tea that someone makes for you. There is nothing elegant about pushing your way into the kitchen and poking around through the tea-making process. You don't invite your guests into the kitchen, and when you set the table, you shouldn't adorn it beautifully in a spirit of hospitality. Here you go. It's hot. Thank you. I would also like some sugar and milk. You still can drink it straight? I'm a kid. You should not say this. You should not say this. You should not say it. It has to be sweet. 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 So, is magic a white lie, then? Lie is such a dirty word. The word embellishment is probably more fitting. When given a child candy, you can either take a crumped up one out of your pocket, or use a wonderful bit of slate or hand to produce the candy, and the impression you give with each method is completely different. Sure, I mean, producing the candy out of nowhere is a cool little trick. Ron, the meaning is embellishing the result. A candy is given in a way that makes it even more beautiful and fun. Think of when you give Maria-chan a candy. There is a huge difference between taking it out of your pocket to give to her and saying a fairy give it to her for being such a good girl, after secretly slipping it into her pocket. In my opinion, it would be boorish to then question everyone about their alibis. Alibis? And investigate and pinpoint who it was that slipped it into your pocket. The important thing is the result that the girl received the candy and was delighted. Okay. Sorry. A second. and the meaning lies in the fact that it was embellished in order to delight her. That's surprising. When you showed up, I got the feeling you'd deny anything and went by the name of magic. That's how I act in my capacity as an inquisitor. It is my job. However, when I'm away from my job, I don't enjoy being quite so cold-hearted. So, this is what you call leaving your personal feelings aside when on duty? You do well. As an inquisitor, hunting witches is my job. Personally, I find witches pitiable. However, I condemn them mercilessly as an inquisitor. The result that I execute witches is unchanged. In the end, my pity is nothing more than a useless embezzlement. Whether I have it or not, nothing changes. So it's better if I do not. Not at all. Even if the end result is the same, there is a big difference depending on your heart. Your mother's cookies must have been more delicious than those made by a good pastry shop. That's because you know that they were made with heart. I'm sorry. I'm just reading all of this and try not to sabotage my image on stream because I am the person who's gonna shit on your tea if you make it wrong for me. I'm sorry. I'm just them. I'm also the type of person who hates your mother's cooking because it sucks. I can't just like it because she made it. It doesn't taste good and life is too short to eat bad food, you know? To eat bad food and to drink bad tea. And I also was the person who got really upset when somebody told me, oh, it's not me who given you the candy, it's like a fairy or a bunny. They used to say it's a bunny. They used to say the squirrel bring you fruits and candy. And I was like, holy fucking shit, who are you fooling? I'm so not impressed. No. That is awful. I'm kind of awful person. I mean, I'm not that bad. Frankly, I learned how to shut up, but you know, I still gotta think all of this. And most of the time, say out loud. Fuck, they would not like me. That's right. Even if the result appears to be the same. Does it? There is a huge difference depending on whether or not it had a little thing called sincerity. I'm not so sure. Whether I have a heart or not is completely meaningless. Her gaze fell to her cup a little sadly. That's not true. Holy fuck, I'm dying. Let me unblock my nose somehow. Hold on. Okay, it didn't help much. Huh, who knows? Oh, why is everything blocked? I'm not sick. That's unfair. Because of everything you just said, I've changed the way I look at you a little. Oh no. So saying your heart is meaningless isn't true at all. Virgilia had a little surprise to hear the words she should have said coming from Butler's mouth. After all, understanding the heart was the first step towards the magic through nature. Perhaps Butler was unconsciously starting to understand bit by bit. It's a yellow rose. It's not golden, you know? The essence of Beato, the essence of witches, and the very first essence of all, the essence of magic. Do you want to become a witch or vanquish them? The very first step is learning about magic. Virgilia was sure that she felt a faint change within Butler. As for that last night, thank you very much. I'm grateful for the mercy you showed me at the very end. That me wasn't me. Lambda Delta was controlling him. I joined in a Thrift's game pathway through. At this point in the story, I still hadn't joined. So up until the point when I did join, the piece me is probably being controlled by Bercastello or Lambda Delta. Just what kind of mood's taking those two? Trying to make it look all cool. They made me look like some kind of knight becoming to save Beata. Lady Lambda Delta wants both witches and humans to be in balance, resulting in a draw. With Erika's appearance, the scales tipped strongly in the favor of the human side, so she manipulated the tale in a way that supports Beata. Yes, I am aware. However, pieces cannot do things that are impossible for them. They are specialized in action appropriate to their original personality. Therefore, that was certainly something that Butler, was capable of. That is why I am grateful to you. It feels a bit weird to be praised that I didn't actually do anything. After the game continues a bit more, I'll probably regain control of my piece. Not sure I'll be going easy on you then. The same goes for me. I will not be caught unawares in our next bout. Perfect. I'll take you on anytime. Give me everything you got. You have my word. Everything I have. Lenore. I thought she's an emotionless killer doll without a heart. I still do. But maybe she actually is pretty approachable. Though, of course, neither of us will show any... Oh! You can see it. Okay, that's nice. Let me close it. God bless window capture. God bless window capture. This pop-up from World of Fucking Tanks was not welcomed at all. For a while, we gazed at the rain-drenched rose garden as we quietly enjoyed our tea. I'm lagging? There is one thing I must apologize for. Lenore suddenly murmured something. What is it? If it's about the fight a short while ago, it's already over. We both fought with everything we had. The outcome was just luck of the draw. No, it was not luck of the draw. We were unable to let our outcome be decided naturally by chance, so I came here to apologize. What are you talking about? You're saying you threw up the match, aren't you? Jill spoke softly without hesitating in her knitting. Yes, Mr. Butler. That mister is really getting to me. Just Butler is fine. Butler, I apologize. We did not give it everything we had. I know. Kinzo's that at the starting time of all games, we had already told us the truth. Butler Quinn should only have been able to achieve a draw at best in the final battle. In that battle, he shouldn't have any chance at all of winning. You're right. If you just say that, the whole fight is already over. Why didn't you use that red? Are you telling me it was because of a stalemate or something like this? What? It doesn't make any sense. What? No, second. It's forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. We cannot use the red truth directly. However, the red shows that the window was never opened after it started raining. Was one I had given to Cornelia, who was protecting the window. Boom. That's a checkmate. Why didn't the girl use a trump card? She's cute. I'm sorry. She's really cute! What can I tell? This is, for your attention! There's no way to defeat my red! Not that your wish will not be granted! Though she had fought calmly up until this point, she quickly got flustered, then I dashed forward. I thought that she had been frightened by my sudden attack, but the truth was different. Even though she held a trump card which could completely repel me, she suddenly became unable to use it and hesitated. I'm not sure. In an instant, use of a trump card suddenly became forbidden. Once we lost that, your victory was guaranteed. The game master, Lady Lambda Delta, probably interfered. That bastard. So in the end, the whole fight was a farce in palm of Lambda Delta's hand. She made us play out the entire act according to her script. I understand that you are upset. However, since you told me to fight with everything I had no choice but to let you know. Please forgive me. Still, even though you'd lost your trump card, you keep on fighting with all out. You keep on fighting all out with your remaining cards. I don't believe anyone could find fault with what you did. That's right. I shouldn't be mad at anyone. It's Lambda Delta for bluffing in, butting in. Kinzo does not exist should already be an established fact. Lady Lambda Delta and Lady Bricastel know it well, and yet they are both leaving room for Kinzo to exist as they continue through the game. It is almost as though the two are conspiring to prevent Kinzo's existence from being denied. You're saying they let Grandfather escape on purpose? Yes, they must be after something. That is a bit odd. Lady Lambda Delta and Lady Bricastel should always be in opposition unless the witch side in a superior position. It's hard to imagine that those two would be conspiring together with things going as they are. I cannot help but think that they have some sort of wicked objective. I came here because I wanted you to know that. So you came all the way here to tell us something like that? Yes, which means that my business here is finished. I think I will leave now. The game will probably resume shortly. I have to have a discussion with Erika about the future. Glenor gulped down the last of your black tea and stood up. I will see you next at the Battle of the Second Twilight. Here, I will once again raise my merciless longsword. So, Butler, I ask the same of you. Show no mercy towards me. I know. If I go easy on you, I'll have my own hand smashed in. On the game board, I'm nothing more than Lady Bricastel's piece and Furuda Erika's agent. In the future, I will likely block your way as an enemy many times. However, in my heart, I'm always neutral. No, please forget that. It was no bearing on the nature of our relationship. It does. There is no doubt that you're a fearsome opponent, but you don't piss me off anymore. Unlike the Erika, who totally pisses me off. I am glad. I also find Furuda Erika to be obnoxious. Glenor's expression finally softened slightly. At the very last moment, it felt though we finally understood each other. Furuda Erika is a very evil creature. She's just a girl! Can just girl be a detective? Jesus Christ, evil creature! After her recent defeat and loss of face, she is burning with desire for revenge. Even I cannot tell that she is plotting. However, it cannot be anything good. Please take care. Just knowing she's Bricastel piece means I'm not gonna let my guard down. Glenor nodded as though satisfied, left the eaves of the arbor and walked out into the rain. Who would have thought that they wouldn't end up serving as an agent of such evil? Why was he called to this world? Glenor let out a small sigh. Pieces can do nothing except fulfill the function they had been given, and that function is given to them by the one who controls them. She probably can't disobey Bricastel, the player in control of her. Lady Bricastel may be the one who called you here. However, the one who let you into this world is Beata. If this child didn't wish it, you would never have been able to make it through the garden maze to arrive here. Right, Beata? Miss Beatrice, this is what you want from me? Oh, she's so cute with her fucking mouse. Look at her. Cute. I do hope that I can help you in some way, though I may be an agent of evil. She spoke to Beato, but of course there was no response. After bowing once more in thanks for the black tea, Lenore disappeared off into the rainy rose garden. So, no one can reach this golden land if Beata doesn't want them to? Yeah, she's the one who called Lenore here. So, Beata called you here to meet me, but I know of a person who reached this place despite Beata's wishes. Angie. In the last game, Angie reached this place by herself even though she was an invited guest. Was this also something Beata desired? That I am here, that you are here, that Beata is here, and that Lenore was invited here. All of those things occurred because she wanted them to. Even a bit of time that you and Lenore spent together drinking tea. Beata, what was I supposed to learn from her? Does it have something to do with finding your heart and letting you rest in peace? Lenore Knox, the natural enemy of witches, inquisitor, a vanguard of mystery who denies fantasy. If she here to help me, gouge out your heart, will arrest your breathing? Please stand on one leg. No, Cornelia! Cornelia slowly got up and stood on one leg as she had been ordered. Her hands were clasped behind her back, because she had been ordered to do so. Then, with a loud thump, Erica shot you from behind with both hands. No! She's just mean. She's not evil, though. Cornelia landed on the floor, face first with a thud. Please stand on one leg. Cornelia rose shakily. Then once again, she stood up on one leg as she had been ordered. She had been ordered not to try keep her balance, so she fell on her face over and over again. She had barely managed to protect her nose, but after smashing against the floor so many times, her face was bright red. I wish it was me. She was shredding any tears. No, she couldn't shred them, because she was forbidden to do even that. Please stand on one leg. Thump, thud. Please stand on one leg. Thump, thud. Thump, thud. Thump, thud. Erica repeated the following torture over and over again. At a time like this, Erica hated counting things. That's what mothers should do to a girl. So she decided that when she ran out of fingers to keep count on, she would just keep on going until she lost interest. However, Erica's main redeeming feature was that she never lost interest in anything, so the torture continued on without end. However, Erica's main redeeming feature was that she never lost interest in anything, so the torture continued for What? What the fuck? It is redeeming feature. It's pretty fucking good. Erica didn't know the truth of why Cornelia had been unable to fully protect the window. So the whole time since then, she'd been criticizing her, blaming her entirely for their defeat. For your attention, I beg to state the following. Please forgive Cornelia for her failing. She has already performed sufficient penance. Aw, is it so? Then please take your place from now on. Gertrude bears no sin for the— Fuck, what? Gertrude bears no sin for such a repent. Gertrude, please stand on one leg. Clasp your hands behind you. Gertrude followed the order. She clasped your hand behind her back, standing on one leg. You mustn't resist and try to keep your balance. You are not permitted to bend your knees. You are not permitted to shed any tears. Do you understand? As you wish. Gertrude! Erica took her time walking behind Gertrude. She was even enjoying making her wonder when she'd push. At that moment, Gertrude and Cornelia burst in bright light and disappeared. Lenore was returned at some point and had sent them back to heaven for the time being. Erica, who'd had her fun spoiled, directed an openly malicious expression at Lenore. This is openly malicious expression? Miss Erica, I will bear the punishment for my subordinate as your superior. Please have mercy upon her. No, thank you. Punishment is meaningful because of a pain it inflicts. There is nothing remotely interesting about punishing an unfeeling doll girl that can receive a single scratch. Erica slowly grabbed both of the back of Lenore's hair and tugged on in unrelentingly. Lenore's neck tilted unnaturally backwards, creaking. Okay, I'm usually weird about it, but I would like for somebody to do this to me so my back would creak too. Maybe it's gonna help me. I cannot be harmed, but I can be hurt. As if you have feelings to hurt, you witch-hunting murder doll. Are you trying to talk back to me? Me, the envoy and double of the great Lady Bencastel? No. I am being reprimanded by Lady Bencastel because you people are useless. Never demonstrate such miserable incomprehensive incompetence. Incompetence again. This was really in character to shatter it in the middle of a fucking sentence. We understood? She pulled back the hair she had grabbed even more strongly. This didn't cause Lenore any physical pain, but she could clearly feel Erica's ill will. My apologies. Please forgive me. Filth. With a sound like a stout string snapping, she ripped out several strands of Lenore's hair. Okay, I take it back. I don't want it to be done to me. Then Erica waved her hand about as though trying to shake off something dirty that had gotten stuck to it. Well, that's enough. I'm done. My anger has finally subsided, and my little grey cells are tingling again. Please call those two useless people back and reconstruct the crime scene. Let's start the deduction game. Understood. Gertrude? Cornelia? As you wish. The two of them reappeared behind Lenore and reconstructed the crime scene for Erica, the one who had just been tormenting them. Kinzo disappearing has nothing more than an added bonus for the first twilight. Let's start investigating the first twilight proper. Oh, before that, are you aware that we were actually presented with a mystery before the murders even occurred? Yes, you mean the letter with the mark of one-winged eagle, which appeared at midnight last night when was a knock on some person. That's right. The tale appears to describe that it was impossible for any of the humans at this moment, creating the illusion that an unknown witch exists. Let's start by crushing this witch illusion. We'll first check the situation in a dining hall last night. Sorry. We'll first check the situation in the dining hall last night when the letter was delivered. Understood. Gertrude? Cornelia? Reconstruct last night's family conference in the dining hall. As you wish. The family conference last night was conducted with our adult relatives and butler present, and partly through the servants arrived to serve tea. Let's review everyone's whereabouts at the exact moment the letter appeared. How did that go again? I feel like I thought about it on stream before, right? Who was my main suspect? Somebody wasn't in the crime scene when it happened. There wasn't Genji, there wasn't Kinzo, but Kinzo's dead. There wasn't Genji. Oh, and all the dead people, except for Rosa. Right, because Rosa was here? Oh, Nanjo! Nanjo also was in a guest house when letter came, so he could be it. But the most probable person is Genji, because he just talked to Natsuhi at the time, and then we don't know where he went. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Before the family conference, Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Golden, and Kumasawa left the mansion and moved to the guest house. Yeah, it also could be kids, but I don't think so. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Of those who remain, only Kraus, Natsuki, and Genji were in the second floor corridor, while all others were in the dining hall. Yeah, okay. I remember this. Because the mansion had been entirely locked in advance of the family conference, everyone else was unable to enter the mansion. Aha! That would mean that no one inside the mansion could have knocked and placed a letter here, right? Yes, the witch's side will probably say that the person is the same who wrote the letter, the witch, Beatrice. What? Hold on. Because the mansion had been entirely locked in advance. Oh! Okay, yeah, I kinda didn't register this, sorry. Ridiculous! A stupid trick! There is no guarantee that the letter has placed here as the stroke of midnight. It's only sensible to consider that it might have been placed here earlier. Just a few minutes before the letterhead was discovered, Sharon and Kanan came in to serve tea. When they entered, multiple witnesses confirmed that they were nothing suspicious, like a letter in a hallway. Most likely, one of those not in dining hall, Kraus, Natsuki, or Genji, simply saw their chance right after and placed the letter here. No, in fact, it would have been impossible for people who supposedly went to the guest house too. We heard that the mansion was locked and there was no one outside could get in. But if someone only pretended to go to the guest house and instead hid inside the mansion, it's perfectly possible that they could have been placed the letter here. Couldn't be Kraus? I mean, I know they're talking about people outside of the mansion, but... No, Kraus was with them... Was he? Was it Kraus or was it Natsuhi who left first? It was Natsuhi. Yeah, it was Natsuhi. Natsuhi left first because she had like a headache in quotes, but actually a guy on the phone talked to her. Yeah, I remember this. For your attention, Blue Truth, valid. In this case, the problem is a knock. Unlike the letter, someone would have to exist here at the instant of a knock. I see, so this is so-called proof that the person who shouldn't be here, a witch, existed? It's completely ridiculous. Do they think this is all it takes to get me, Furudo Erika, to surrender? Firstly, I question whether the knock was even something hidden in the door or in the dining hall at all. For example, the mentioned construction may be stuck that a certain pillar of the second floor is stuck and noise is transmitted down the pillar. And it sounds just like a knock on the door of people in dining hall, for people in the dining hall. Or they could have misheard some random sound as a knock and misconstructed it in similar way. Or a tape with the sound of a knock recorded on it could have been secretly playing, which had been carefully set up to be heard at the exact same time. In any case, there is no one was on the other side of the door. I can think of many ways to make them hear the knock. How is it, my master? What do you think of my reasoning? Oh, she's so smug here. Well, you heard her. How did she do? Well, it looked like little cute piece gave it here all to think up these blue truth things, so I guess it'd be nice to give you a few red truths myself. I guess I'll start with the letter. There was that knock when the large clock struck midnight, and then the door was opened. There lay a letter in an envelope bearing the one-winged eagle. The idea that the people who burned in the dining hall secretly placed the letter in the hallway is such an odd one, right? Kraus Natsuki Genji does not even touch the letter. Oh, then... When Shan and Kanan came to serve tea, who was the last human to enter the dining hall? Let's say it was Kanan. Yeah, it was Kanan, and also Kanan opened the door, so, you know. It would be easy if Kanan, the last person in, secretly dropped the letter here when he closed the door. Not a single person in the dining hall. No, there's a simpler way to say it. Among all those inside the mansion at midnight. Not a single one of them placed the letter in the hallway. What the first one is about? Not a single person in the dining hall. Okay, let's remember this. So you can't say there was no one touched it. Of course not. They touched it when they picked it up. Of course I can say none of them touched it. I see. Then let's interpret it this way. Someone who exists outside of a mansion at midnight placed a letter somewhere other than the hallway beforehand. Then it moved by some means and ended up placed in the hallway. Oh, maybe tea set card? Oh, maybe like somebody pre-prepared some tea. Somebody prepared a tea serving card like Goda or Kumasawa, and they put a letter in the cart, and then it conveniently flew out near the door. It could be it. Just an example, let's say it is deliberately stuck to the underside of servant card carrying the tea set, which the servants healed into the room. It was simply affixed here in a way that would make it come unstuck after a certain amount of time, such that when it eventually fell off, it would become the letter left by a witch who shouldn't exist. In other words, this is a classic trick where the truth sender giving themselves an alibi by making a letter appear at a different time. For your attention, blue truth, valid. In other words, the fact that it landed just outside the dining hall doors was just the culprit's good luck. It could easily have fallen in the kitchen, the corridor, or even inside the dining hall itself. Oh, good! If it had happened inside the dining hall, that would have been even more wonderful. Within everyone's sight, a letter would suddenly appear on the floor. And the red starring it appeared suddenly in the locked room of the dining hall and was not touched by anyone here wouldn't even be violated. Well done. If the letter was stuck to the bottom of a servant card, then anyone could be the culprit. That might work okay for the letter, but will that same type of argument work with the knock as well? Let's try this again, shall we? Please, go ahead. Neither Kraus nor Natsuki nor Genji knocked. This isn't the limited meaning of them knocking on the door, okay? It means they didn't use a pillar to transmit the sound or push the play button or cassette tape that recorded to create that knock sound by any means. Of course it includes all direct, indirect, intentional, coincidental, and international means. This witch has already been knocked in, but I'll repeat it. Maybe someone other than Kraus, Natsuki, or Genji made this knock, or else a sound that could be misidentified as a knock. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. At 2400, except for Kraus, Natsuki, and Genji in the second floor corridor, and all the people in the dining hall, no other human existed inside the mansion. Okay. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. In addition to Kraus, Natsuki, and Genji, none of those in the dining hall knocked. Were knocking, including all direct, indirect, intentional, unintentional, and coincidental events that could create a knocking sound. A direct knock refers to someone, such as small letters. A direct knock refers to someone literally hitting a door to make a knocking sound. An intentional knock refers to someone creating a fake knocking sound with the intention to make it appear like someone knocked. An unintentional knock refers to someone unintentionally creating a fake knocking sound. A coincidental knock refers to some kind of coincidence creating a fake knocking sound. Knocking. Okay, it was a small earthquake located directly under the door. I don't know. It sounds like they all talking about people, but maybe it's some sort of malfunctioning, like it means they didn't use pillar to transmit the sound or push a play button, blah 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 blah. Right? In all of this kinda points out to a person, but none of it points out like to weather or something like this. Because people don't control weather or earthquakes. In other words, it's impossible for anyone who was in the mansion have been the source of knocking sound. In this case, anyone also includes any people who might have gone undirected or unobserved. Interesting sentence. Unobserved. Anyone who was in the mansion also includes any unknown person X who was secretly hiding in the mansion. Therefore, this literally meant that it was impossible for anyone inside the mansion to knock, with no wordplay allowed. Okay, so it's either a weather thingy or somebody outside of the mansion did it. Crow's Nosiki Genji, and none of those in a dining hall. Okay. I see. So no matter how much I toy with it, the one who could possibly have produced the knocking sound are those in what we might call the guest house group. Like me, for example. What if I, Furuda Eika, recorded the knocking sound on a cassette tape, secretly installed it somewhere and set it up so that it would start playing at exactly midnight? Of course I wasn't in the mansion at midnight. There aren't any problem with this, are there? There are no problems. However, the knock serves to alert everyone to the existence of a letter, and does so precisely because the letter is on the other side of the door. If the letter had fallen in the kitchen, for instance, I do not think that the knock would have served to inform everyone of the letter's existence. Oh, maybe there was... Maybe knock and the letter are not connected? They not serve the same purpose? We're just assuming that the knock was for letter to appear, but the knock actually was for something completely different? Oh, maybe knock is what was set up by a servant trying to still prove that Genji exists to try to fuck with everyone in a dining hall? If the trick in Erika's theory about the letter being stuck to the serving cart was accurate, then the location of this letter was a matter of luck. The people in the dining hall were able to notice it due to the knock only because it was fortunately fallen near the door. However, if the location it fell was a matter of chance, it might have landed in a far-off kitchen, or even remained stuck the entire time. If that had happened, the knock would have been ignored as though they just imagined it. In other words, the knock by itself carries no message at all. Only in combination with the letter, maybe it's a different message. Why would you say it has no message at all? If the knock capable of asserting that someone existed here, in that case, the knock can be combined with the theory of the letter falling from the bottom of a serving cart at random location. The letter must be reliably positioned on the other side of the door so that it can be discovered thanks to the knock. However, it was declared and read that no one in the mansion placed the letter in the hallway. I'll retard that about placing in the hallway a bit. No one in the mansion places a letter in the hallway. That does for every considerable possibility, directly, indirectly, intentionally, coincidentally, and unintentionally. Okay, so contraption was set up with a letter right above the door, and the mechanism who play the knocking sound, and the mechanism who fold the letter are the same kind of type of mechanism that come off at the same time. For example, let's assume there's a device of a serving cart that drops the letter even if it stopped moving. The culprit could predict that the cart would probably stop when those two knocked on the door to the dining hall. So you might think that with this theory you could cleverly make it so the letter drops right in front of the door. But even this doesn't work, okay? The action of stopping the servant's cart would indirectly lead to placing the letter in the hallway. That would mean... Sorry, hold on. Hold on. I need to enter those messages. Those are important. I'm sorry for... Okay, nobody's... Stop writing. Okay, fuck you then. I have not much time. Sorry, I forgot about it. Am I unfrozen? Yeah, I am. This would mean that Shannon and Kanon, who were pushing the cart, indirectly and unintentionally placed the letter here. So even this is no good. Furthermore, any setup so the letter peels off with the passage of time would mean that the people who push the servant cart to this location can accidentally and intentionally place a letter here. Of course this is also no good. Repetition requested. At midnight, only Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanja, God, and Kumasawa exist outside the mansion. Say, if someone in dining hall slipped out of the window just for the instant of midnight and didn't exist in the mansion at that time, with a bit of a wordplay like this, it might be possible to get around the red truth. Repetition request! I know I'm being generous with red, but aren't you getting a bit greedy? I'm not an idiot like Beato. I'm not going go babbling all the repetition my opponent asks for. I'll give you a full body message scrub in a bath with marshmallows and competers sometime soon. Fucking gay people. Hard enough to rub your skin off. Now you gotta keep that promise. Sorry. Alright then, here's a freebie. I'll respond to your petition request. Oh my god, being horny. Being horny killed her. What a loser. At midnight, only Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanja, God, and Kumasawa existed outside the mansion. In other words, try as we might, those 8 people, including Erika, cannot exist inside the mansion, much less in front of the door. At the same time, try as we might, those who were inside the mansion cannot exist outside the mansion. In this case, the letter might have been stuck to the ceiling in the hallway instead of a serving cart. The ceiling of the hallway is surprisingly high, so even if you stuck it here out of the open, maybe no one would notice it. This way, it would certainly fall in the corridor. And you could slip by the red if someone outside the mansion did it. Good job, me. I lost your voice. I lost your voice in Lambda Delta Lambda. I lost your voice in Lambda Delta Mayans. I fucking hate myself. "20 minutes till break." For your attention, I beg to inform... Wrong voice. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. A letter never existed on the ceiling of a hallway. Oh, okay. I did not register this either. Oh, that's exactly what I was saying, right? For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Note that the letter never touched the serving cart. Who cares about that? The point is, someone outside the mansion used some kind of trick to place a letter here. The letter never existed on the ceiling of a hallway, but maybe it existed on a wall! Huh? The point is, if someone outside the mansion used some kind of trick to place a letter here, I know what you're trying to do! Use this letter and knock the argue that Beatrice exists. Well, it definitely will work on Furuda Erika. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. It It was impossible for anyone outside dimension to influence anything inside dimension after the start of a family conference. Then someone outside dimension set up some kind of gimmick before in the family conference. Something other than the sealing of a serving card. For your attention, Blue Truth, valid. Blue Truth, invalid. Why? That's the only possibility, right? Someone outside dimension used some kind of trick other than the sealing on the serving card. There is also walls. For your attention, unless you can specify or hypothesize what kind of trick, it will not be recorded as a Blue Truth. For your attention, Lady Erica's Blue Truths regarding the letter had been all... For your attention, Lady Erica's Blue Truths regarding the letter have all been destroyed. All been destroyed? Take a little more care how you speak to me, you useless furniture. If I can just think of this trick, it's an instant checkmate. All been destroyed? Blue Truths invalid? I am the detective, Furuto Erika. How dare you speak to me like this? Erika's face twisted. There were words that seemed to deny Erika. No, Erika's deductions were the worst form of torture and humiliation for her. Miss Erika, why don't we postpone the mystery for later for now? Your blue stake regarding the knock someone outside dimension played it with a cassette tape is still valid. If it was possible to solve the noise, then it should be possible to solve the letter as well. As Erika made to grab and pull Gertrude's hair, Lenore stopped her with those words. That's right, my Blue Truth regarding the knock is still valid. It's not true what everything had been denied. My master, I will solve the mystery of the letter without fail. Please allow me more time. However, on the mystery of the knock, I've produced results. I've driven in a blue stake that somewhere outside dimension set up things with a cassette tape or something to make a knock sound play. Burn, Yupis really is a cute kid. Very lively. She shouts for your forgiveness, saying she may have resigned on one of the riddles, but she did solve the other. What are you going to do? Will you forgive her? Well, let me see. Normally, I'd never forgive one of my pieces for the utter disgrace of surrendering. But if she'll manage to solve one of mysteries, maybe I'll let it slide for now. My master! When Costello said she'd let it slide, Erika couldn't hide her relief. Then it's time to get punished, Erika-chan! None of the characters would misidentify a knocking sound. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Misidentify a knocking sound means this. They would not mistake a sound very similar to a knocking sound for a real knocking sound. Hitting a pillar to make something similar to a knocking sound is no good. When you record a knocking sound on a cassette tape and play it back, it becomes the sound of a tape with a knocking sound on it, and not a knocking sound. So that's not good either. In other words, all of them would correctly distinguish a knocking sound of something truly hitting the floor. Truly hitting the door, and they definitely wouldn't misheard it. Please specify which door? It's totally impossible that any sound except hitting the door directly would be misinterpreted as a knock. What the? But it means at the time the knock struck midnight. No one exists could have hit the door. Yep, they don't exist. After all, it was a Golden Witch Patricia who hit it. So in other words, there was no way around this other than hitting the door. So what about this? This was some kind of device that could knock on the door. There was something like an automatic door knocker that was made impossible for someone to knock without touching the door with their hands. To knock means someone hitting the door with their hand. No way, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? The Blue Truth as following is somebody used a real person hand to make a device that automatically hits whatever. I I wouldn't accept hearing it with some contraption. Yeah, this contraption, and to contraption you stick a human hand. What's so hard to understand, Lambda Delta? They heard the knock at the same time as the clock struck midnight. Everyone inside the dining hall definitely heard it at the time, and none of them would disturb it a knocking sound. Kraus, Natsuki, and Genji had no involvement in any knocking. No one else existed inside the mansion, and a knock refers to the action of standing directly in front of a door and hitting it with a hand. All of this time, there was a cat in the mansion. Okay, I don't know. Do I not know? Kraus, Natsuki, and Genji knock on different door. It says no involvement in any knocking. Yeah, she doesn't specify which door. Hey, Bern, what do you think of my rat? Don't you think it's pretty complicated and enjoyable with something before the first twilight? The Golden Witch descends quietly with a knocking sound. This is interesting. This really is fascinating, Lambda. Now we're talking. Ah, this is great. The two witches doubted over laughing, as though this was the most fun thing in the world. Oh, my master! Have no fear! As long as my little grey cells are given the time, I will definitely reach an answer to this painful rat! Beautiful? Is it so? Thank you. And I'm disappointed, Erika. You've bored me, Erika. At my peace and double, the fact that you have nothing is so pathetic, it's comical. If you don't know the answer, then be silent forever, please. And please, open your mouth only when you know the answer. You're nothing but a piece. Your absence wouldn't hinder my process in the same game in the slightest. If you can't think of any theories in particular, please just go back to the piece tray and gather dust or something. It's painful to even reserve space in my memory for useless pieces. Bern is pretty forgetful. If you don't try a little harder, Bern's gonna forget you, you know? You'll collect dust in the forgotten piece tray, evading your turn that will never come. I imagine it's pretty harsh, don't you think? Sorry. Oops, sorry. Have no fear, great lady of the Delta and my master. I promise to deliver such a spectacular performance to earn your approval that you will never be disappointed in me again. Oh, how reassuring. I guess you're my double after all. Then you'd better make sure you do work hard in all kinds of ways. If you don't make an impact, I might forget all about you. As the two witches giggle, they continue discussing the letter and the knock. There was no room for Erika to step in. If she resigned herself to that, she would literally have no place to go and would be buried in eternal oblivion. Erika endured with a hideous expression, looking with shame at the back of a master who was ignoring her. And with both fists clenched, she thought frantically for some kind of breakthrough. I am detective. I am Furuda Erika. I'm the piece and double and servant of a great Lady Bercastel. I'll definitely make you satisfied. Satisfied. Definitely, definitely. Uchiramiya Butler, how dare you humiliate me so? As she stood here, ignored by the witches and shrouded in darkness, it looked like she had been made to go stand her own in the hallway. With a crime in early morning, he'd completely forgotten about breakfast, so we now had the first meal of the day at the time that could never be called breakfast time. Even Godasan's wonderful meal, which was supposedly been in work since yesterday night, provided no comfort. The several empty seats quietly burdened us with a plain-filled sadness. Then, in the middle of this meal that felt like a vigil, Erika suddenly stood up. Everyone focused on her to see what was the matter. Her expression was somewhere on the line between interrogation and invigorated. and insane, as though she'd come up with some groundbreaking and strange invention. Hey, what's up? Are you okay? I've got it! I've got it! Did you think I would be able to work it out? Oh, I understand perfectly well. There's no way something so stupid could happen. With an ugly expression covered with cold sweat, Erica glared and lashed out at Butler. You got it? Got what? There's no way you jumped down from a third floor study. None of us saw you fall down and land in the courtyard. Then you set up the ladder from the courtyard and saw Rodolphson go up to the third-story window. You closely observed the structure of other wall and realized that by cleverly using the rain gather and other handholds, it would be possible to descend to the courtyard from a third-floor window. It doesn't change that Kimzo could have done the same. You didn't jump down. You used the rain gather or so on and tumbled down the outer wall like a loser. What do you think of my blue truth? Come on, where's your rebuttal? My rebuttal? You have no rebuttal? Then my truth is valid, yes? Here, you see, it may have looked like you jumped down all dramatically, but it was all an illusion. All you actually did was jump out and grab desperately onto the rain gutter. My argument then was about whether it was possible for grandfather to escape from the study, remember? And it was possible for grandfather to escape through the window. All I did was prove that. Whether either of us jumped down or climbed down makes no difference. Don't try to change the subject! A mere human can't jump down from the third floor! How do you like that? How do you like that? What do you think of my reasoning, my master? Are you short of sleep or something? Just calm down and eat your food. Oh, she's a psycho. I love her. She is quite enjoyable, even though she destroys my voice. When he escaped the courtyard through the window, Butler really did use the rain gutter to crawl down the wall, just like Erica said. It was true, but she still turned out to be a loser. His hand slipped halfway and he fell from a considerable height, but he managed to land on his feet without injuring himself. I wanna do stuff like this. No one witnessed this, but most likely everyone except Erica currently in the dining room had realized that something like this had happened. No one had believed that he jumped down from a third-floor window in the first place, even if they hadn't witnessed it directly. So they had no clue what Erica was complaining about and obsessing over all of a sudden, and started to whimper, glancing at her with cold eyes and dubious faces. Oh, she's so pathetic, she's so pathetic! You can't argue back, can you? Your jumping has denied! My truth won out! My blue truth is valid! Please acknowledge this, my master! I am not incompetent or disappointment! I will match up to your expectations without fail, so please don't abandon me, my master! Facing someone that might have been somewhere beyond the ceiling, Erica spread her arms and yelled. Then, as if in answer, a massive lightning bolt landed very close by. It was an incredible sound. They could even feel the earth shake. At the same time as the sound, Erica went limp, falling to her seat like a puppet who just had all its strings cut. Then, as the sound of wind and rain gradually filled the room once again, Erica slowly opened her eyes as though recovering from a bout of dizziness. Then she continued eating in silence as though nothing had happened. This is insane, okay? As if she had been acting normally the whole time. Didn't Erica just stand up suddenly and rant at someone? Erica continued eating quietly, her behavior so perfectly normal that everyone started to doubt themselves. After seeing her behaving so calmly, everyone convinced themselves that they were totally worn out and that they must have had just hallucinated Erica suddenly yelling. So Erica's sudden transfiguration over for a few seconds ago was treated as a daydream and faded out of everyone's— What are you talking about? You guys, I can't trust you. I can't trust you at all. How? If you're witnessing all those fucking magical shit and then a real thing happened and you still... and you're not paying any mind to it, how can I trust your perception of reality at all? What? Erica quietly poked at your salad and muttered in a voice no one could hear. Thank you very much, great Lady Bercastel. I am Furudo Erica. I am my master's piece and your double. I will most certainly present you with an incredible tale. Oh yes, knives and forks are such primitive utensils, aren't they? What? Excuse me? What does this mean? This is the craziest shit she ever said. How? What's the... What? Chops... Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought she's gonna be like, I eat with a chainsaw, but she just a chopstick freak. Okay. I mean, not freak. I'm sorry. Chopsticks are okay, but, you know. Fork is pretty great, too. What about spoon? She didn't even mention spoon. Spoon wasn't even... worthy of mentioning. That's annoying. Chopsticks are the best. They're the easiest way to eat salad. Don't you agree? What the fuck are you talking about? Well, everyone? Oh, great place to take a break. Break gonna be longer than usual. Probably 15 minutes because I wanna make something to eat and also make some tea. Closet. Uh-oh. Oh, crows in the closet. Okay, I'm stopping it. I'm muting my mic, and I'll be right back in 15 minutes. Yeah. Yo! It's almost 15 minutes! Look at me! Look at me! Hold on. Now give me like 5 minutes to eat food. I made myself, kind of like a sushi wrap? Can I call it that? It's just rice with red fish, cream cheese, moldy cream cheese, by the way. Tastes better when it's with mold. I'm still gonna eat it. Like, it smells alright. It's just a little bit moldy. I know it's bad for you, but... Oh, it's bad for you and you shouldn't do it, but I can't do it. Oh, and also egg and cucumber. It's pretty good. I was eating those all week. Pretty good. Okay, sorry. Now I'm mute for 5 minutes. I'm gonna eat real quick. And then we continue with umineko. Minute late, but it's fine. God knows CV doesn't have to taste this good. It tastes so nice. I love it. I am sated. Hold on. Are we in February? Did you know that my birthday soon? It's on February 10th. I'm gonna be 22. I'm so young. I don't think I'm gonna survive till my 23rd birthday, but you know, at least I can survive till my 22nd birthday, right? Sorry, I'm trying to pull myself together. I don't know, everything is blocked. I'm not crying. Everything is blocked. My nose is blocked. Why is eating doing this to me? Hold on. My mom wrote me about how she does public speaking today. I mean, she did, like, recently, like 5 hours ago or something. And I'm looking at her message and I'm thinking, she doesn't even know. She doesn't even know. She doesn't even know that I'm a streamer. And I could probably, and I also thought, I can probably easily do this too, just because I overcome my fear of streaming means that I'm good for some reason in public speaking right now, It does not work like this at all. Sorry. I love Make Sense and Make a Hearing. Ooh. What is going on here? How is this? Send a message, please. Am I not live? No, my internet is okay. What's the problem? Okay. It feels good to eat. Butler's son returned to the guest house at 3 a.m. Then the rest of you split up about 30 minutes later. Is that correct? Yeah, that's right. We're getting pretty tied up by this point. We decided to take a short rest before staying up again. To smoke out the murderer of a first twilight, Erica closely questioned everyone involved to check their alibis and evidence. What if Butler is killer in every episode? It could make some sense. To confirm these, she went around and mentioned wisdom, and when needed, took several trips out of the guest house through all rain. Her vitality was admirable. Though she was an uninvited guest, everyone had lost and stopped feeling anything strange about the way she imitated a detective. Sorry, more messages. Why it doesn't send it immediately? I don't have problems with internet. What's the delay? It seemed Erica is also steadily building her foundation. It's useless. Whether its alibi exists or not, she can't deny her existence. Kenzo escaped through the window and is now one of the mists of Rokijima. She can never capture or deny him. When all said and done, perhaps you could say he'd escaped to the underside of a chessboard. In this case, maybe it would be appropriate to say he'd been stored away. Stored away? Come to think of it, about those corpses from the first Twilight, they've been stored away too, right? Yes. They've been put away in the darkness between the human world and the other. And that would be detective won't be able to find them? Of course! It's absolutely impossible for a human! Want to check? Just in case. And we also need to take this opportunity to re-examine that Lady Bercastell's goal are likely to be from now on. As I say, if you know your enemy, you need not fear the outcome of 100 battles. If you know the truth, you can win 100 battles without fighting. Quite so. Gab opened up a large pitch black hole in the sky and had it swallow all of them up. She invited Beata and Renault to the gap between worlds, which she had hidden the corpses. That place was nowhere in this world, and existed at no time of this world. In other words, it truly and literally was a place not of this world. In this place, questions such, where is this, and what time is this, had no meaning. Ima nanji desu ka? Every single place led to here, but no place could be reached from here. Furthermore, all times connected to this place. But no time could be passed could be passed on from here. In short, this place was just what they say it was, the underside of a chessboard. No, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it the captured pile, where pieces have felt the pieces that left the game go. Then, deep within the pitch-black world, 5 corpses came into view, illuminated by a glow like a faint spotlight. Is Goldenland even real at this point? What are you doing? What is this structure? The 5 beautiful corpses with their necks sliced open had been arranged neatly. Their eyelids were shut and their hands joined. Apparently, even Gaab had respect for the dead. Oh my, there are 5 sacrifices for the first Twilight in this game? Not 6? Oh, it's you, Master. I was worried about where you gone. The game has already reached the first Twilight, and as you can see, the first victim have emerged. Now it's time for the real show. I'm getting all excited. I see. The version of you that's here looks to be in high spirits. I'm pleased. If you took away my high spirits, be bewitched, buddy. And my pleasant disposition, I've had nothing left. For some reason, Virgilia praised Beata for her high spirits. Though Beata was taken aback by such a granny-like words coming out of Virgilia's mouth, all of a sudden, she answered while bumping a fist against her chest. Virgilia had been absent often during this game. She might even have been away from her seat when Butler solved the epitaph and during the uproar that followed. Apparently, she had been absent for so many critical points that she didn't have a very good grasp of what had happened so far in this game. For now, we've got 5 corpses, all slit through the neck, as you can see. George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji. Something sharp had sliced open all 5 of their necks. Those gaping wounds opened wider than their mouths, and made it feel as though they would no longer need their mouths to breathe. I see. So anyone looking at George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, or Genji's corpses couldn't confirm at a glance that they are dead. Could confirm at a glance that they're dead. Red? Well, there is no point in me holding out against you. That's right. At a glance, anyone could confirm that these corpses are dead, so it is absolutely impossible that they are just people playing dead. Why did Leah use the red? Who knows? However, she is always thinking of my lady. She must have something in mind that will benefit my lady. But they had hidden the corpses there here so that no one could use the rat. Despite that, however, Renaud was first. Virgilia always thought of Beatrice first. Renaud was right! Virgilia always thought of Beatrice first. The way that these corpses, which Gab had gone to all the trouble of erasing, had now been confined with a rat made a slightly displeased expression rise to Gab's face. However, in the end, she remembered that she was only a guest and shrugged. Why did you have Gab hide the corpses? Well, since the epitaph has already been solved, this game of mine is different from usual. I now have serving and protecting Natsuki as my goal. How could concealing their corpses protect Natsuki? We'll more or less figure out our opponent's moves be like. This is probably a trap made to corner Natsuki. Most likely, they'll sort through alibis for the first twilight and find them for everyone except Natsuki. Last night, Natsuki-sama was the first to leave the family conference and then rested alone in her room. Unfortunately, she has no alibi whatsoever until the next morning. We have already ensured that Kin's existence is impossible to disprove. However, the enemy has one remaining method of breaking through that roadblock. I see. They can corner Natsuki and make her confess that Kinza doesn't exist. The enemy is probably after something like this. By watching the movements of the pieces involved with the family conference, we quickly realized that Natsuki was isolated. Noticed a trap of theirs and countered with this move. The corpses disappear! Everyone has alibis and no one exists who could have moved them. Not only does this support the claim that the witch exists, it also draws a doubt of whether they are actually dead in the first place, making it just about possible for Natsuki to avoid being a suspect. In other words, it's possible for Natsuki-sama to claim that the sacrifices of the first twilight were only playing dead. Even though many people confirmed their deaths for certain in the cousin's room, confirmation is nowhere near dread truth. No matter how strongly they come to have seen unmistakable corpses, the red truth doesn't exist in the human world. Because the corpses doesn't exist, Natsuki can discount their words as a mistake, a trick, or by saying that all of them were lying. And it's possible for her to do this over and over to buy some time for herself. In the human world, which lacks direct truths, perpetual check is an effective move. An endless argument with both sides denying the other comes. Not pretty. True, however, beauty is secondary to victory. If someone who cannot achieve victory seeks it, it's nothing but a poison to them. They do say that might makes right. And even if I don't think it's beautiful, those Voyager witches will probably like it and say it isn't boring. Voyager witches? I see. I've managed to grasp the flow of this game. It seemed that it will get quite nasty. You're fully aware of that, and we already know that Natsuki is probably about to be lured into yet another trap. A trap? Someone later in Badeltich created, who called himself a man from 19 years ago, has already threatened Natsuki. Oh my god, I forgot about this! Dumb fucking plot point. She was ordered to go into the closet in a certain guest room at 1 PM, which only a few minutes away, and hide here. Kraus has taken a hostage, so Natsuki can resist. I see. How relentless. Can you protect her? Of course! After all, Natsuki isn't the culprit. No matter how much they treat you as one, both truth and illusion are on our side. At least Beato makes some sense. There is no way we can lose. Natsuki threw her cup of black tea on the ground in a protest to show the anger that flowed through her entire body. What do you mean by this? Are you saying that you suspect me? I hear that you're saying you left before anyone else returned to your room and didn't leave this room until morning. I'm simply explaining that I need you to prove that, otherwise it will count as an alibi. Prove it? How? Any way you like. All you have to do is prove objectively that it's impossible for you to commit the crime. Everyone else is cooperating. I would very much appreciate it if you could also be a little less harsh with me and please give me your alibi and evidence. That's right, the whole night is a black space in time for Natsuhi-san. After she left the conference saying she was going to bed, she might have gone to the guest house and attacked George and the others. Don't be so ridiculous! Why would I kill George-kun? And most of all, why ever would I kill my own daughter? Calm down. We're all equally suspicious. It's sad, but we all have to prove our innocence. Yeah, we've all been thinking frantically about how to prove our alibis for the last night so we can clean up the suspicion against us. I know you can't like being suspect, Natsuki-san. If it frustrates you, shouldn't you first prioritize be searching for some way to prove your innocence? The relatives spoke as though they were all under equal suspicion, but the mood about the place didn't feel so peaceful. Erika was still in the middle of confirming everything, but other than Natsuhi, who was unwilling to prove her alibi, everyone else had an alibi which was reasonably credible. Only Natsuhi, who claimed that just being suspected was an insult, was uncooperative with Erika, and her positions began to grow more and more perilous. This parlor was no longer a place of comfort for Natsuhi, and the sound of the cup smashing had made that decisive. This is ridiculous! Why must I be suspected when I have lost my daughter? You maliciously trying to make me look like a culprit just because I went to bed early last night. I cannot stand this humiliation any further. Oh, so what are you gonna do about it? Show us some kind of alibi that proves your innocence. As if you could. Give me back my George, you murderer. You need a rest, Eva. Natsuki-san, you're probably a little tired too. Of course, so are we. Why don't we take it easy for a bit? Seriously, you're a little too high-strung. Aunt Natsuki, where are you going? The search for alibis and culprits is truly ludicrous. Then the typhoon passes and the police arrives. Everything will be exposed to the light of the day. There's no reason whatsoever for us to play detectives. Am I wrong, Erika-san? Generally speaking, you would be right. However, I have the authority to do this. Who gave you that authority? No one asked. It was an authority given by words of power from a higher world, so the pieces weren't even allowed to doubt it. I will take my leave. I have no intention to play alone with your pointless questions until the police appear. Isn't this called umineko no nakokoro ni answers? Why the fuck will I have more questions? If you suspect me, feel free to do so. I will leave it to the police to investigate that and clear my name. It may be a bit late to mention this, but, well... No, this happens every time. As usual, the phone couldn't connect to the police. As you said that the police would come, but that wasn't exactly true. Strictly speaking, the boat to pick them up would come tomorrow, and they would be able to use a radio on that boat to contact the police. Well, it's not like I'd let everyone leave that lawn anyway. Natsuki-san, it's dangerous to be alone. It's dangerous to go alone, Natsuki-san. Take this. Perhaps it would be better if you... Why not let her? That might make some of excellent proof. If Natsuki-san get murdered in her own room, there'll be excellent proof of your innocence. Quit it, Aniki. It's probably best if we all get a bit of rest. Our bodies won't last until tomorrow. Rest is fine, but let's not let our guard down, okay? We might not make it through the night, much less tomorrow. Of course. Aunt Natsuhi, if you return into your room, make sure you lock it tight, close the window or shutters, and stay safe. I don't want to suspect anyone, and more than that, I don't want to be any more victims. Thank you, Butler-kun. Then I'll return to my room. Goda, you're in charge now. I know it's a horrible situation, but make sure that the guests at least have everything they need. Yes, madam. I shall do so. With everyone watching her, Natsuki left the parlor. From their faces, she could tell that they were expecting the classic mystery pattern, that the first person to quarrel and leave the circle would become the next victim. Natsuki couldn't disobey because of the threat against Kraus, who had been taken as a hostage. Very soon, it would be 1 p.m., the time that had been arranged. I struggled to go to the circle. She was to hide for an hour in the closet of a specific guest room. It was easy to suspect that bizarre order was a trap to select her as the next sacrifice. She thought of various ways to resist, but all methods would be useless against the culprit who had a hostage and was observing her close by. So Natsuki could do nothing but obediently follow her orders, and then claim that she had been forced to do this for her husband's safety. The arranged time had drawn near. Natsuki had intentionally acted annoyed and smashed the cup in the ground to give her an excuse for sleeping out of the parlor. At any rate, no matter how cowardly a trap it may be, I cannot disobey now. I am now the one who carries the burden of a one-winged eagle. Now that my husband, Kraus, has been captured, I must protect it, even if I have to crawl through the mud. Of course I am prepared to do that. I am Ushiramiya Natsuki. Even if I'm not permitted to bear the one-winged eagle on my clothes, Father might give me permission to bear it in my heart. So determined, such a good girl, Jesus. I think dashing away in rage got me here without raising too much suspicion. So far, everything had gone well. Before my eyes was the doorknob of the specified guest room. However, I wonder about the lock. The servants are under orders to always lock any unused rooms. What will I do if it's locked? I dashed out of the parlor pretending that I was returning to my room. Going back and asking a servant to unlock this guest room would be obviously suspicious. If possible, I'd like to get this eerie hide-and-seek over with, without anyone noticing. In that phone call from the one who claimed to be a man from 19 years ago, he said that I would win if no one found me, but lose if anyone did find me. He said that he released my husband whether I won or lost. But as a person with a hostage taken against me, I'd rather not lose. Well, it's not he not even questioning it in the slightest. She just believes it. There was so much servants on that day. Right? What is your problem? I don't like it at all, but I have to go along with this game. I slowly gripped the doorknob, and I could feel that it was unlocked. Did Shannon Kumasawa forget to lock it after cleaning? It only proves that the 19th person is a servant, no? Why she doesn't even, remotely feels like it's a joke? Or did this man unlock it in advance? This man couldn't be waiting for me in this room, could he? And then he'll... All about hide and seek might have been just an excuse. I kept the fact that I was coming here secret, and all the people think I'm resting in my room. If I were to be killed in this situation, in this room, it might create a new baffling murder case, like an extension of the one which occurred this morning. Now, not he gonna live till the end. If there what's up, if that's what he's up to, so much the better. It will be a good chance to confront the culprit directly. Or she's crazy too. Can we have a sane person? Natsuki had some experience with using naginata, but only from casual lessons. Japanese polyarm. You know what time it is? What the fuck is polyarm? Sound. Oh my god. Polyarm, Wikipedia. Oh, it's a weapon. What? What? How the fuck? What? Natsu had some experience with using a weapon, but only from casual lessons. Huh? I mean, I can say it about myself, but it doesn't mean I fucking used the weapon. Ooh. Evolution of various European polyarms from 11th to 18th century. This is beautiful. Jesus Christ. This is cool. Okay. I'm gonna look at it later. Okay. Unlike Eva, she couldn't brag about being able to hold off any single ruffian indefinitely. Oh, are we gonna get Natsuhi with a gun? Didn't we have got Natsuhi with a gun before? As she was now, she had no realistic chance of prevailing over a man with malicious intent on her own, and no weapon that could make this possible. You said it well. Who give a fuck? She readied herself and slowly opened the door. What are you doing? She couldn't afford to stand around in the corridor and risk being seen by someone. Natsuhi's dumb. The atmosphere inside the guest room was ice cold, and she could sense no trace of a person waiting impatiently for her. As she could hear were unsettling sounds of wind and air and rain. At first it seemed to be proof that no one existed to threaten her, but before long it only stirred up that easy feeling inside her all the more. The closet was just off to the side of anyone entering the room. Lined up inside, it was a set of hangers where guests could hang their coats. This closet, which had nothing hanging in it, was large enough for even an adult to hide in. She softly opened the closet. Of course there was nothing inside. She would have to hide quietly in here for an hour. This room was a wood floor, but something like a carpet had been laid in the closet. It seemed that sitting down wouldn't be a problem. She had been sure that someone would be waiting for her in this room, or that a strange letter would be lying in the closet. She had even imagined the worst, that her husband's corpse might be inside. However, none of these things she imagined turned out to be true. All that was here was a cold guest room, and a lifeless closet which silently urged her to go inside. And he told me to hide here for an hour. He's making fun of me. Now he's gonna kill somebody in front of you to completely change the trajectory of your life. Then he shrugged, turned around, then locked and chained the guest room door. This way, no one will be able to get into this room. In other words, no one will be able to find me for the next hour. I win. Natsuki, do you see this door here? To the bathroom, right? I win. What a stupid game of hide and seek. This would certainly result in a total victory in the hide-and-seek game against the mystery man. However, it was such an easy victory, it made you feel uneasy. This is normally against the rules of hide-and-seek. Even if I win, wouldn't this displease the culprit? And everyone think I'm in my room right now. If they find the room with its chair set, that will be an impossible locked room to them. Erika was dashing around the mansion to confirm everyone's alibi. If she noticed that the chain sat in this room, there will probably be an uproar, which will end in them cutting the chain and searching the room. If this happens, I'll be found hiding in the closet right away. It would be easy for me to honestly confess where I was hiding. But this man insisted that I not reveal that, not that I won't reveal that? That I not reveal that. Okay? If I'll tell them, I might be endangering my husband. Thinking of it this way, setting the chain. No, even locking the door might be a bad idea. That's right, this room was unlocked when I came here. If it were to suddenly become locked, it's conceivably that it might catch someone's attention. It's better if I don't do anything unnecessary, coward, loser, Jesus. That man only told me to hide. Why is she like this? Why are you like this? So in the end, I have no choice but to do what he says. I hate doing it, but I can't disobey. I undid both of those two precious locks, went to a dimly lit closet filled with a smell of old wood, and managed to close the door from the inside. Pitch black. It reminded me of when I was young, when I used to hide somewhere and then surprise my mother. But that peaceful recollection, that wasn't enough to kill off my anxiety. It really is pitch black here. From in here, I won't be able to check my watch or see if an hour was passed. I'll probably need to open the door a crack every once in a while to let in enough light to my watch. For now, I sat down and folded my legs. I thought about holding my knees to my chest, but it hurt my back, then I tried. Okay? I'm not as young as I used to be. Such a weird phrase. Even though I and the rest of my class were made to sit on the floor clasping our knees in every PE class at grade schoolers. What does it mean? When I have to struggle just to sit down. Just sit down here for an hour. Will probably hurt a lot. Poor person, Jesus Christ. Isn't she like 40? Why is she having so much trouble fucking sitting on the ground? Just Nazi is black space. I can't believe he expects me to sit in the darkness for a full hour, listening only to the wind and the rain. Ironically, Natsuki had made Jessica to do the exact same thing in the past. She had done it to scold Jessica's persistent bad habit and teach her a lesson when she was a little girl. Okay. She had thought that making Jessica stay put in the darkness would sprout a desire to reflect on her mistakes, and that this way she should understand that she would understand what she had done wrong. This is shit of a parents trying to make kids reflect on their actions is actually ever worked? I don't think so. I feel like a much more effective way to raise a child is to tell them what they did wrong first. And not try to make them themselves figure fucking out what they did wrong. Because they're children. They don't know shit about society. And they're really, really bad at understanding social stuff. Right? They need to be taught. That's the point of parenting. But, you know, not you had a child and I don't, so, you know, maybe my opinion doesn't matter at all on this topic. To Natsuki, it almost felt like she was being made to do the same thing. If that was the true purpose of this hide and seek. How naive of me. This must be my naivety, but hope that if his goal was to make me repent, nothing will happen here during this hour. Oh my god, is she gonna reflect on the situation and actually figure out that this person could not be alive and it's somebody from the servants or somebody from a family trying to blackmail her? Uncertainty and fear of this man's shadow was not what I need right now. Will someone suddenly come out to this door, open this closet, and do something horrible for me now? I've come here in total secrecy as promised? That's what I should be worrying about. The culprit, or one of his accomplices, is very close by. If they weren't, they wouldn't be able to observe me so thoroughly. I don't want to think it, but highly likely the culprit brought off one of the servants. The culprit was able to hide an eerie card with autumn written on it in my room. My personal room is always locked. The trick wouldn't have been possible without a key. Instead of being that they obtained the key when the servants weren't looking, it must be much realistic to assume that one of the servants led me a culprit in hand. Still, how? Did they know that autumn is my favorite season? Natsuki, do you have friends? Is it Kraus? Yeah, she is Natsuki, but her favorite season, Izaki. Huh. How ghastly. The thought that this mystery man might be peeking into my heart sent goosebumps running across my whole body. It's true that I like autumn, but I've never said this out loud. I don't think anyone else asked me either. Uh-oh. I could ever ask my husband what my favorite season is, and he would probably be stuck for an answer. My favorite season is winter, obviously. But I really like winter because it has really long nights and short days, but in situation that come up to be right now, I'm fucking praying in my sleep for the nights to be shorter. I don't know, I can't handle nights anymore. Nights are scary as fuck. Oh, there was one time I told it to a single person. That's right, Shannon. Really? You couldn't have thought of it first thing first? Like, what are you doing? On an autumn day long ago, I happened to be in a good mood, and I mentioned that autumn was my favorite of 4 seasons. I can't believe it! That the culprit, or one of their accomplices, has to be Sharon! Or Sharon is secretly evil. Only Sharon could know I like autumn. In this case, this is clear proof that Sharon is involved. That card with autumn on it is proof. Incredible. After 10 years of being provided for by our family. I trembled and shook with rage. Didn't Kinzo once said that the emotion of anger is the fastest sedative to cure fear and uncertainty? It's easy to tell the most fearful human from within a crowd. They're always the first to get angry. I remember him telling me that. So I realized that this anger was a sign that I was actually frightened, and I tried my best to remain calm. However, this is fascinating clue that I can use to turn things around. Shannon may not be reliable as a servant, but she's the accomplice used by the mystery man. This must actually be convenient. She's a timid girl. If I threaten her, she'll probably spill the name of a mastermind in an instant. Oh, you think so? I'll tell the police about this in secret. I'm certain it will be a big clue that will help in arresting the culprit. That card was probably meant to surprise me and confront me, but he's actually dig his own grave. I never told anyone except Sharon that I like autumn. This is unshakable proof that she's working with a culprit. Huh. Though I thought this time in the closet would crush me with uncertainty and uneasiness, it had actually given me the start of counterattack. If I hadn't been given this time in the darkness, I probably wouldn't have noticed this. I felt almost grateful to the culprit for making up such a foolish game. My mood brightened. I still couldn't guarantee that my husband was safe, but I was determined to take him back and force the culprit to face judgment. I grabbed my fists tightly, and further strengthened my resolve to avoid losing this fight at any cost. Rattle, rattle! At this moment, I heard the sudden sound of someone trying to force the lock of the room open, and my heart leaped. Oh! This is awful. Oh, it was unlocked. The voice was Hirayoshi's. I heard a quiet voice, as though he was talking to himself, coming from what was probably the hallway. Apparently, he had thought it was locked and tried to unlock it, but it ended up unlocking the door instead. Once again, there was the sound of a lock turning, and this time the door opened with a faint sound. Oh no! Why is Hideyoshi-san in this room? Footsteps which sounded like he came in, and there was a sound of him closing and locking the door behind him. Then came what seemed to be sound of him setting the chain. Don't tell me Hideyoshi-san is a mastermind? Or else an accomplice? Is he planning to do something for me in this room? The door may only be locked from the inside, but it will still take some time to remove the chain. If Hideyoshi-san doesn't intend to let me escape from here, there is no chance he'll give me time to fumble around with the chain. In this case, when he opens a closed door while in just a moment and look down upon me sitting here pathetically, just what kind of horrifying words will he say? I don't want to be found, I don't want to be found. I beg you, pass right on my closet door. Please keep going to do center of the room. My head was filled almost to bursting with a troubling sound so loud that I almost missed hearing his noisy footstep. So when I heard a clunking sound coming from the center of the room, I finally realized that he passed by the closet and was deeply relieved. Just in case. Can't tell if it's day or night in this weather anyway. As he muttered, he did something that made a clunking sound. He was probably closing the shutters on the windows. Just in case? In case I tried to escape out of the window? No, it can't be it. That's right. When I left the parlor, everyone was talking about possibly taking a break. After all, several murders had occurred, and the weather was bad. There wouldn't be nothing abnormal about resting in a guest room while here instead of returning to the guest house. In this case, looking up and closing the shutters to guarantee safety was a proper course of action to take. When he finished closing the shutters, there was a trunk as though he had flopped over it on a bed. It was surprising how much of a situation could be grasped just by the sound. What's going on here? Did this man from 19 years ago plan all this out to put me in the same room as Hideyoshi-san? No, that probably isn't true. Clearly he's planning me hiding here. But Hideyoshi-san coming to take the rest here must have been outside the scope of his plan. Thinking about it this way, having him in the room might help to secure my own safety in an odd spot of a way. Unlike his wife, Hideyoshi-san is a kind of a person I can talk to. If Iwa-san comes, things will probably get complicated. Maybe I should slip out of the closet now while I'm still alone, reveal everything just to him and ask for help? But if I do that, my husband may be killed. It isn't wise to do anything rash until my husband is released. Should I go out and talk or hide in here? Moaning from a headache and biting my lower lip, I resisted the temptation to crawl out of here. Even if I talk with Hideyoshi-san, I don't know where my husband is being held. I'm sure the informant who's observing me is nearby as well. Just talking to him won't solve anything. I suspect that Shannon is an informant, but that doesn't mean that God and the others aren't. It's no good. Living here and confessing is just too dangerous. Eventually, I heard a strange sobbing voice. Whose voice was that? I strained my eyes trying to hear that strange voice and was shocked to discover that Hideyoshi is weeping. Something about this little crack in the door of a closet makes me so uneasy. I fucking hate it. Now that he was all alone like this, it's just a perfect place for a jump scare. Now that he was all alone like this, Hideyoshi, who had lost his only son, was finally able to shed tears and cry. Thinking that he needed to support Eva in her distress, he had acted as though he alone was standing firm. Sad music, however, he had as good a right as anyone to cry. And now that he had found a place where no one could see his tears, he was finally allowing himself to let it out. I've lost my daughter too. I haven't seen her body with my own eyes, so it still doesn't really feel like she's dead. But if the one who carried her out was the culprit, then he had some repulsive motive for doing it. Just thinking about it makes me feel as though my chest will tear itself apart. The reason I'm hiding in here now that I'm thinking more about my still living husband than my dead daughter. But if I were given a chance, I'll be wailing at the top of my lungs too. However, I still can't let myself do that. That isn't because the man from 19 years ago told me to hide. It's because I'm the final head of the Ushiramiya family. Are you? It's been completely overshadowed by all of this. But last night, Butler-kun found the hidden gold and even gave the head's ring from the mysterious envelope. At the very end, when it's all over, I probably won't be able to prevent him from inheriting the family headship. And when everything regarding the distribution of the inheritance is revealed, the Shinomiya family honor and glory passed down from father will plummet to the earth. So, I am the final head. Final head. But Urkel will probably inherit the remaining wealth of the Shinomiya family. However, its history and honor will all end up with my generation. Therefore, I am the final head. Aren't you taking a little bit too much on your shoulders? I must not cry. Not yet. Until I get my husband back and avenge my daughter, I will not be allowed to shed tears. As I listened to Hideyoshi-san's sobs from the closet, I silently hung my head. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm telling you, this is really scary situation for me. I don't know why. This is... Oh my god. I'm sorry. Who are you? Huh? My heart leaped. Hideyoshi-san, who must have been lying prostrate on the bed, made a sound as though he had pounded on his feet. Did he notice me? How did you get in here? What is that? Wait a second. He was clearly in a struggle with someone. Who could it be? No, it doesn't matter who it is. It's probably a culprit, and they're probably trying to make Hideyoshi-san's life at this very moment. Are you gonna help him? This tea needs another spoon of sugar. It's too bitter. Blech. Shouldn't I jump out of here and help him? Even if I couldn't help him, could I at least call for help? No, but if I do something like this, I'd be questioned about why I was hiding here. Just say you had an affair with Hideyoshi. However, Hideyoshi goes on to get killed now. No, now isn't the time to be saying this. At this rate, he'll definitely be killed. I'll jump out of here and help him right now. But if I do that... she's annoying. Even if I can save Hideyoshi-san, I might be abandoning my husband's life. Hideyoshi-san's life with my husband's life. How sinful it would be to try to weigh those against each other. It's called trolley problem. And obviously you're picking up your husband's life. Just then, there was a loud sound of a door opening and a chain being pulled tight. Someone was trying to open the door despite the chains being set. Honey, it's me. Could you open up? Eva! Honey? What? What's happening? Honey? Open up! Open up! Open up, honey! Someone! She opened and closed the door over and over again with all her might, but of course she couldn't snap the chain. Eva-san reached down the hallway calling for help in a loud voice. By the time the room had settled back into silence, and that earlier feeling of Hideyoshi being in a noisy struggle had disappeared completely. What's going on here? Didn't Hideyoshi randomly pick up a room? How the fuck Eva knew about the room? So right now, I'm in the same room as a murderer who killed Hideyoshi-san? In this case, any culprit should try to escape from this room as soon as possible, so why are they staying so quiet in here? I haven't heard anything. Nothing yet might have been the culprit who attacked Hideyoshi-san rushing away. No matter how much I stand my ears, I can't sense anyone in this room. In fact, it's so silent that it makes that what happened just a second ago feels like an illusion. In other words, does it mean that the culprit is holding his breath, standing right in front of this closet, waiting for me to shamelessly come out? I don't even know what to be scared of anymore. If only I could just melt away into the darkness of this closet. I mustn't remain in this room any longer. I get a feeling I have no more to worry about than just my precious safety. What should I do? I don't even know if it's a good idea to leave this closet. Before long, the clamor of many rushing footsteps approached. I held my breath again and melted away into the darkness of the closet. Eva dashed back, bringing everyone with her. Goda was gripping a bolt cutter. It has to be cut the chainless. After trying to open the door again... Ooh, another crack. After trying to open the door again and confirming that the chain was still set, she yelled through the crack of the door. Honey, we're going to open this up! Cut it right now! Yes. Goda stuck his large bolt cutter, which looked like it could slice off whole fingers, onto the crack in the door and easily severed the chain. Dear! As soon as it was severed, Eva pushed Goda aside and dashed in. The others tried to follow her, but they bumped into Eva, who had fallen to her knees, moaning. So even though they couldn't tell much of what was going on inside the room, they could tell by Eva's moans and that they were too late. What the hell? Honey! Honey! Dr. Nancho! Look at my husband! Quickly! I'll do it right now. You gotta be kidding me. It's only been about 10 minutes and Uncle Hideyoshi went out saying he wanted to rest. Is there anyone in the bathroom? No, there's no one here. What could have happened? Honey, honey. I'm afraid to say, but there is nothing you can do. Nanjo stood up, hanging his head sadly. It was only natural, because anyone, even if they weren't a doctor, would think that at a glance. Hideyoshi was lying face down on the bed, and stuck deep into his back was something like a blade with an intricate demonic design on it. When Eva pulled it out with all her might, they could tell it wasn't blade, but some kind of stake. Oh, a stake, okay. Close my heart. With Remi Hideyoshi, corpse discovered in the guest room on the first floor of the mansion. He had been pierced through the back with a demon stake. Its tip reached as far as his lungs. Because he was lying face down in the bed, suicide must be ruled out. Okay. When Eva pulled it out with all her might, they could tell it wasn't a blade, but some kind of stake. And its sharp tip has penetrated nearly 15 centimeters in. Hold on, let me go and put spoon of sugar in my tea, so I could fucking finish it before it gets cold. Yeah, much better. Much better. Chat is a weird word. The tea leaf in my mouth. Not nice. Squeaky chair. Oops. It had probably dug deep into the lungs. If it had been stuck in any harder, the tip might have even pierced all the way through the surface of his chest. Didn't I tell you to wait for me? Why did you go alone? Stupid, stupid. Stupid. The culprit probably waited for us to get careless and slip up. That bastard. So he still hasn't had enough blood? So he really is hiding somewhere in the mansion and coming after us? But there's something strange here. The doors and windows to this room are completely sealed. That's right. The shutters are all shut and the chains on the door until a second ago. Huh? Isn't this bizarre? In this case, how did the culprit attack Hideyoshi-san in his room? Perhaps he threw the stakes through the crack in the door. Hideyoshi-san's bed is a total blind spot from this crack. You couldn't even kill him with a gun. That's really strange. It's a locked room murder. Locked room murder. It's a bit too early to be sure about that. Maybe the culprit removed the ceiling in a bathroom and escaped to the space above it. Or maybe you can close the shutters from the outside. The shutters? They didn't budge an inch from the outside. I just went and checked. Erika. It was no wonder everything felt so quiet and relaxed. At some point, Erika had slipped from the group. Just now, she had finally arrived and poked her face from the hallway. She had heard the crime had occurred in this room. No. Seen everyone rushing towards it and happened to opposite approach by circling around to the other wall. And she had gone all by herself to check that the shutters were down on the windows, that she couldn't do anything with them from the outside, and that there was nothing out of the ordinary. I assume that the inside of this room is perfectly cliché? That wasn't called for. You have my deepest condolences. So, what's the state of this room? The chains were set off the doors, so we got it and entered. And all the windows had shuttered down. They locked tight from the inside. What are they bickering about in here? Io was arguing with Nanja about something. Apparently, she wanted to carry the body to the parlor. Nanja tried to calm her, saying that they should leave the crime scene as untouched as possible until the police came. What happened to the other corpses when we did that? The culprit carried them off somewhere. It may be the culprit isn't satisfied with just killing, but intends to do something with the bodies as well. So no way! No way for leaving my husband alone here. She has a point. Eva did have a point. After all, the parlor victims were all carried away after we were shown their terrible and fatal wounds. Erika-chan, you'd probably like to preserve the crime scene, but could you just let this one slide? Do as you wish. All I'm interested in the fact that locked room has appeared that much more serious in Kizu-san's study. I have no interest in corpses, so do as you please. Butler looked at her with an expression of clear disgust, but it rolled off of her like a water off a dog's back. Well, you can take the corpse away now, I don't mind. Or am I in the way? Erika backed away from the door and opened a pass. There was no trace of any sadness for the dead. Your eyes simply blazed as though of a locked room murder that had appeared. Oops. In any event, the great detective had given her permission. Eva and some others wrapped Hideyoshi's body up in the sheets, and God and Rodolphe started to carry him out. The sheets quickly turned red. It was so painful to see Shan and Kumasawa strip the blanket off the bed to further cover the body. Hey, out of the way! Yes, I am out of the way. Let's carry him to the parlor. Yes. Honey! Listen up, everyone. From now on, we'll always move as a group. You must not let yourself be isolated. The culprit probably got a master key, then he attacked Genji-san. It's clear that the locking up will no longer keep us safe. But even if a chain was set, how did they do it? It's impossible. The shutters and the chains were firmly set. Even with a master key, it's impossible to force your way into this room. It must have been Beatrice-sama's doing. Oh. There's no way Beatrice-sama did this. The epitaph has been solved, so there shouldn't be any more reason to hold the ritual. As if we could understand your reasons. This is impossible for anyone except a witch. It's possible for anyone except a witch, you say? Good. Then that has a nice ring for it. Erika-chan, are you listening? We decided to stick together from now on. First, we're carrying Hideyoshi-san's body to the parlor. Can you hold off playing detective until we get here? When she heard words playing detective, Erika grimaced visibly. Then, after everyone has filled out, she took a single step into the now empty guest room, looked around and burned the scene into her eyes. Erika claimed to have a photographic memory. It was true, those few seconds more were more than enough for her. Later on, she could sip back tea in the parlor while pursuing her mental photographs of a crime scene and enjoy playing the part of the armchair detective. Then suddenly, her eyes stopped in a closet off to the side. A closet for hanging overcoats. If it was large enough to fit a coat on a hanger, a person should be able to hide in it. Slowly, Erika stretched her hand out towards the closet. Erika's shoulders was grabbed roughly from behind. Let's go, Mr. Detective. Miss Detective, didn't they teach you to stick with a group on a school field trip? Well, whenever I go traveling, someone always dies. The audience laughs! The audience laughs! Great performance for the Erika on the best comedic role. Hey, what do you think you're doing, brats? Move it! Rudolph told them to hurry. After clicking her tongue and glaring at the closet, Erika followed Butler back to the parlor for the time being. The sound of their footsteps finally faded. That time of terror, when I feared that even the dripping of a cold sweat that covered my cheeks might be noticed, was finally over. Was it? Was it? The culprit is still in the room! You silly, silly woman. I slowly opened the closed door with hands that still couldn't stop trembling and dashed out into the hallway. Dashed out? Rainbow dash. Dashed out? It's alright, no one found me. Still, it's a good thing that they didn't lock the door. If they had, they wouldn't be able to lock behind me after I left, and they find that suspicious. Go to your room! Anyway, I should leave this place. Then I returned to my room and pretend like I was sleeping the whole time. That's right, I have to get back quickly. A new murder has occurred. They probably tried to tell me about it. Want some onions. And I'll probably do it immediately after they carry Hideyoshi-san's body back to the parlor. I can get around the phone call by saying that I was asleep and didn't notice, but if they come knocking directly, that'd be bad. I have to get it back quickly before they try to force their way in. I don't even know whether I should spring back noisily to save every second I can, sneak back with hushed footsteps, or walk around normally as though I don't know anything has happened. How is this a problem? Just go back how you can. The one thing I'm certain of is that I have to avoid bumping into them on their way back to the parlor. Yeah, just go around. I have to get to my room at a quick pace without being noticed by anyone. Oh, umineko is actually a stealth game? Imagine a mini-game is gonna pop out where you need to hide in a box and like sneakily go around. I passed through the hall to the lobby. Once I ascended the main staircase to the lobby, I'll be almost here. Natsuki-san. As she was about to go up the large staircase, Natsuki heard Erika called out for her, and was so surprised that she visibly jumped. I was just about to go tell you. Thank you very much. Did something happen? Did something happen? Natsuki-san, were you just going up the stairs? Your room is upstairs, isn't it? Erika coldly pointed out this strange fact. Natsuki cursed her bad luck. I couldn't sleep, so I was going to return to the parlor, but I wasn't sure whether I had locked my room or not, so I was about to head back. I'm a warrior, so that sort of thing happens a lot. Don't worry about it. Ah, of course, this is quite common, isn't it? It's common quirk most people who aren't confident in their ability to remember things. Not for me. This is actually crazy that I don't do this. Even though my memory is like horrendous. Huh. Oh well. If I'm gonna be robbed, it's not gonna be impressive. Erika was clearly making fun of her, and that he might have put on an annoyed expression under normal circumstances. However, right now, as he was extremely relieved to hear Erika admit that this was nothing out of the ordinary. Why are you by yourself, Erika-chan? I thought they might examine that guest room. Guest room? Yeah, think you got it pretty serious, haven't they? And investigating the scene of a crime is my right. Wait, what? Oh, is she gonna catch her with that she not gonna tell what's happening? And Natsuki gonna be already aware of the situation? Erika's probing gaze peered deep into Natsuki's eyes. She could tell. Erika was already suspicious of Natsuki. Judging by subtle nuances in her words, it was almost certainly an attempt to make Natsuki slip up and reveal that she knew about Hiroyoshi murder she hadn't yet been told about. Natsuki played dumb and asked again what had happened. Is something wrong? No, we're just thinking. This is a repeat of a first crime, isn't it? What do you mean? Again, you were in your room, and again, you can't prove your alibi, can you? I don't know what you mean. To turn around, how can you prove that I wasn't in my room? Oh, an interesting response. Then let's take this one step at a time. Please worry about your lock later. I have something vitally important to discuss with everyone. I'll come back after I check my lock. Please get started without me. Hiroyoshi-san has been killed. We've been talking about it. What? She had planned on escaping to her own room, using her lock as an excuse, coming to have sudden headache, and started in bed for the rest of What? Really? However, now that she had been informed of Hiroshi's murder, what? It would be clearly suspicious to say that this was bait and escaped. What are you doing, Natsuki? She was already under suspicion after being seen hurrying up the stairs to the second floor. She couldn't afford to do anything else suspicious. Just tell her, please, please, Erika, please go with me, check my room real quick, and then we head back to the parlor. Natsuki gave up and headed for the parlor as Erika has urged her to do. Oh, are we close to the part where real butler is coming to the scene? When she opened the door to the parlor, Eva's sobs poured out, and everyone stared at Natsuki with grave faces. Those gazes almost make it look as though they suspected her. It was now painfully apparent to Natsuki that this must have been what this man was after. It was a trap to create a baffling locked-room murder and frame her for it. But I couldn't disobey. I couldn't sacrifice my husband's life. And while it was true that I was hiding in a closet, this was all. I haven't committed murder. I might fall under enormous suspicion, but I'm still not the culprit. And most importantly, I'm not under suspicion yet. I'll tell the police everything. I have to endure it till then. I'm sure one of the servants is feeding information to the culprit. Even in a situation like this, if I talk about my husband being a hostage, the culprit will hear and it might be used as an excuse to kill him. Natsuki-san, he's just come back. Now that we're all here, I have something very important to discuss with you all. Something very important?
Yes, it's very important. Here in front of you all, I would like to set out the facts of everything that's happened from the first crime to the last.
Then you can leave me out of it if you...
Natsuki, shut up!
Shut up, Natsuki, shut up! So annoying. Jesus Christ. I think we should leave this sort of thing to the police. I'm not interested.
I have something very important to say once I clear everything up. Neither you nor anyone else has the right to refuse.
What? Erika used her detective's authority to proclaim the start of assembly. None of the pieces could disobey, praying that she wouldn't become the topic of conversation. Natsuki reluctantly sat on the sofa. As she began to urge, she was being urged to...
Oh, sorry. Could you close this door for me?
Yes? Shannon kinda closed the door. Since they had just now decided to lock all the doors and windows carefully, Kanan locked it as well. The lock which existed to protect the safety of this room. Felt like a lock on a prison cell to Natsuki. The one would hold her here and prevent any escape. Uh-oh. Natsuki still hadn't noticed that even since Erika had left into the corridor to go check the crime scene in Kiriyoshi's room, her goal had changed. In short, from Erika's point of view, the sound of a lock was truly...
Checkmate,
Erika said suddenly. Praestigiis said suddenly.
Oh, fast! Wow! You're figuring out the culprit already? We barely got into any of the crimes, you know? You could let me kill a few more and gathered all kinds of clues.
Alright, Lambda, gather all of the pieces. Now we're getting to the most entertaining part. Let's both enjoy it to the fullest.
We'll see about that. Why don't you show me what you've got?
Sounds a little. To think that she'd laid down the challenge without waiting for the game to be over at midnight. What a hasty person, that Lady Bercastel. It's quite an early challenge, to think that she already feels she can win at this stage.
Claiming a witch exists is normally all you need to do to win. But with Natsuki and Kinza, we've got a lot we need
to protect this time. Something like this fight'll be the pain. Wait. Hold on. Is second Ice Attorney trilogy came up on Steam or something? Hold on. I'm gonna self-destruct. It's a raw search engine. How's the second trilogy called? Ice Attorney thinks right. Ice Attorney trilogy. What about Abolishment? Wait, is Death Stranding 2 was announced? It's not? Ice Attorney Apologists Ice Attorney Trilogy release date trailer 4 months ago. Oh, it is on Steam. Release date January 24th, 2024. Oh! Oh! Huh! I'm actually playing it on my phone from time to time. As with any Ice Attorney game, I'm playing like one case a year or something like this. I should finish the Great Ice Attorney that on my PC for like maybe 3 years already. I have last 2 cases to play in here. And I almost finished first game out of Apologists trilogy. I thought about this because I thought that this alluring to like an Ice Attorney type of court interaction.
I welcome a troublesome fight. I won't let them do as they please with my Golden Island anymore. I shall meet your challenge, Lady Bercastel. Furuda Erika!
Oh, Lady Bruncastello, comma, Frudo Erika. Exclamation mark. In the Golden Lands, everything was fine. Butler was nowhere to be seen. It would very soon reach the time when Butler had joined in the fifth game, and control of his piece would pass on to him. In other words, only now, in his final stage of a game when Bercastello had pinpointed the culprit, was Butler finally going to be allowed to participate. He had left the arbor a short while ago for that reason. Now, the only ones in sight were Virgilia, who continued to knit silently, and Beata, who just sat here blankly amidst the smell of a black tea, not even putting the cup to her lips. Virgilia stopped knitting for a moment, and looked out across the vast golden rose garden that extended as far as the eye could see. At least in terms of a mere couplet guessing games, I think I could say that Butler-kun has gained the strength to never again surrender. We gave him every message he needed by the end of the first game. That is to say, Butler-kun possesses all the tools to reach the truth at any moment. However, he has a weak side. Because of that, even if the game goes on to repeat 100 times, he will never solve it. He's just wander forever, like someone trying to find the blue bird. And that, Beatrice, goes for you as well. Even if you play this game hundreds more times, you will never arrive at the answer you seek. Bercastel will abuse this game without a doubt. Lambda Delta will also churn this game about with the utmost arrogance. At a glance, that may be humiliating and appear to you and Butler as though the game had been stolen from you. However, there is something the two of you need right now, to bring an end to Butler's weak side, to bring an end to your hesitation. And that is why you call the two of them here, to end the eternal torture between the two of you. Those two will bring you either victory or defeat, but either result will now be one filled with compassion. You should understand that as well by now. Virgilia faced Beata, whom she had come to adore like a daughter, with cold eyes that she must not have shown often. It was like the gaze of a mother who, instead of scolding, silently urges their child to recognize their mistake. Beatrice, how long do you intend to stay here? Neither alive nor dead, nor ascending to heaven, nor descending to hell, here in the days of a peak of a Mount Purgatory. I am Virgilia. I have guided him through purgatory, or like Virgil. I have guided him through purgatory and brought him up to you at his peak. And you are Beatrice. You must choose whether to take his hand and rise up to heaven, or embrace him and fall to hell. Did you know that the tribulations of purgatory, which lies in the gap between heaven and hell, are something more torturous than even hell itself? On the gates of hell, it is written that you must abandon all hope. A human without hope can accept their suffering and give up. However, the deniers of purgatory have hope. A hope of possibly reaching heaven. A hope that cannot be abandoned. And it tortures them. Even in the depths of heaven, no greater torture device exists than a single pin known as hope. Leap. Leap from a cliff of purgatory. Cast open Pandora's box and cast aside your fleeting, fragile, foolish hope and all the longing it brings. You're afraid, aren't you, opening the box? Beata was silent, but with a single tear she nodded slightly. Is the cat in the box alive or dead? The time has now come to check. If the cat is dead, hold the funeral for it quickly and have it rise to heaven. If the cat is alive, feed it quickly and give it all of your affection. Whether it's alive or dead, your cat box eternally desecrates the cat. Those who have brought you the key to the box that you were too afraid to open. Beatrice, the time has come for you to die. I hope that your heart will be stopped by the hand of a person you desire. Are we close to an end of an episode? No way. We are? Are we gonna wait for 12 fucking... The Great Court of Illusions, 24 hours, Sunday, October 5th, 1986. It is court. All the pieces from the game board were gathered. All of the humans, furniture, witches, and the witches on even higher level, all gathered in one place. That place was like a solemn cathedral, with an unbelievably high ceiling. White stonework, golden ornaments. Though there were windows, there were no entrances nor exits. It was a strange, strange place. But for some reason, no one wondered where this place was, because they were not given the right to think of its place as strange. Those bitches doing whatever the fuck they want with the game board now.
Pieces, are you all gathered?
Sorry, this is really annoying. All present, ma'am.
Good work. What a spectacle. I wonder just how many people here are...
What? I wonder just how many people there are here. No matter how many we see, every being outside of 18 is an illusion. Making us acknowledge them, it's what the game is all about. The three witches were seated on special thrones and set upon a very high balcony. In the center sat the game master, Lambda Delta. The judge, on the east side of the semicircular balcony, sat by Castell and Beatrice facing each other. Below them, Erika ran forward, lifted the corner of her skirt, and bowed respectfully.
Great Lady Lambda Delta, I thank you for granting my request for the assembly. And Great Lady Bercastel, my master, you can accept great things from this assembly. Though it might only be for a short while, I will most certainly make you forget about the poison that torments you.
Yeah, great things are what I expect, because you are my double and my piece. Erika and Castell exchanged nasty smiles that would make anyone want to avert their gaze. Jesus Christ, get a room! Hear me, witches, humans. I hereby announce the Assembly of Witches Common. The Court of Illusions in our session. The ruler of the game spoke those words of power. Though her words were spoken inside such a vast space, they rang out with the force of a bell in the bell tower. Your lives and roles within the games are over! The fifth game is hereby closed, and their 24-hour answer session shall begin. Why can't you just sell 12? Nobody says 24 fucking hour. I'd love to get started right away, but I don't think... I'm gonna die.
I'd love to get started right away. Why don't we have everyone quickly introduce themselves first? Since there's so many of us here. I am Lambda Delta, the Witch of Certainty, and a new ruler of this game.
Bercastel, Witch of miracles. My goal is to penetrate Beatrice's witch's illusion. That's awkward. I am the endless witch Beatrice. My goal is to assert my own existence and to protect Natsuki and Kinzo. Oh, it's a chapel. Butler-sama, you come next in rank. I am Ushirimiya Butler. I'm fighting Beatus. No, I'm fighting the witches. That's all. As I believe you know, you joined in this game pathway through. This means that at the time the coven commenced, you were not yet participant. Do I need to explain further? I get it. You mean I don't have the right to speak for the time being, right? Thank you for understanding. I just realized they still didn't address that the butler saw Kinzo while he was finding the gold. Annoying. When the butler held the rank second only to witches, he sat in the foremost pew with the other relatives, all by himself at one end. He met the gaze of Beato, who was up on the balcony. A second. Well, you aren't necessarily my only enemy. Let's take this game back. It belongs to us. Yeah. I almost said I was fighting Beata's witch's illusion. Originally, Beata was my one and only enemy. But now, Erika and those witches who started trumpeting with Beata's tale are my enemies as well. Who should I fight and how? Maybe it's a good thing I will have the right to speak for a while. I'll keep a cool head and calmly watch everything unfold.
I am the detective and the initiator of the coven, Furudo Erika. I will expose the culprit of a fifth game and bring this tale to a pleasant conclusion.
Erika gathered the witches above her and the human behind her once again.
I'm looking forward to your performance too. Okay, remaining pieces. Introduce yourself in whatever order and make it quick. Humans! Introduce yourself, all of you!
Urged by 45 to introduce themselves, Kinzo stood up. I am Ushirimiya Kinzo. I slipped out of a study window and I'm hiding somewhere under Kojima. Ushirimiya Kraus. I've been captured and I'm currently being confined somewhere. I'm Ushirimiya Iva. I'm alive. I'm Rodolphe. The rest of us are all Ushirimiya too, so let's just skip the family name. I'm Ushiro Rosa. I was killed in the first twilight.
Jessica. Same here, died in the first twilight.
I'm George. Likewise, I died in the first twilight.
Maria. I died, but look, I'm here talking. See? Dying isn't a big deal, right?
I'm Ushirimiya Natsuki. I am alive. Hideyoshi here. I was killed just a short while ago. Kiri, I'm still alive. Nonjo, I'm also hiding here. Fucking relay of every voice that I can make. My name is Genji. I died in the first twilight.
I'm Shannon. I'm still alive.
I'm Kanan. I'm also alive. I'm Goda. Pleased to meet you, everyone. I'm Kumasawa. Pleased to meet you.
Now, to the witches. Everyone, introduce yourselves.
Holy shit! What is this 360 fucking view? It's not 360, it's 180? Rogeria's group could also be seen. There was a second balcony, different from the one Beata's group was on, which jutted out like a raised audience seating. They sat here, looking down as though they were a theater. My name is Virgilia. I'm Beatrice's master in magic.
I'm Gaab. Making corpses disappear is my job.
No. I'm in charge of making the tea.
No, all the sisters gonna name themselves?
I greet you in the name of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. I served in the murder of Hideyoshi in the second twilight.
The 7 Sisters of Purgatory, right here! I hate you guys. Let us then have Lady Erica's furniture introduce themselves. Your truth, I'm an assistant inquisitor. Cornelia, I'm an assistant inquisitor! The two of them could also be seen on the second floor balcony. They sat apart from Virgilia's group. And Lenore, who was seated between them two, slowly stood up. She had a presence and dignity above her, as though she was overseeing everything from this place. Lenore A. Knox is my name. I am Lady Erica's primary assistant. Butler, I'm expecting a lot from you. Please not disappoint me. Let us both give it all we've got. Most of the time, there had been no need for Lenore to step forward. However, when the witch's side plays around with ugly board games, I need to have Lenore pass judgment on them. The miracle study will not occur again. And finally, let us introduce ourselves. We are the Chester Sisters Imperial Guards who had been tasked with management of proceedings at this coven. Hey, hello, everyone! Nya. This ends the execution of all pieces. A total of 38 people are presented here. Holy shit, that's too much people, too many people. The number of chair characters was 38 if you only took the 5th game into account. But if you added all the pieces who appeared in previous games too, it would probably rise even higher. Yeah, for sure. The mysterious game, which had so often been likened to chess, now had far more pieces than a chessboard. Good, then I guess we'll get started. Initiator, please begin. Oh, excuse me, the goat over here. Refill my drink. And some popcorn for me. Oh, that's right. It was you who decided that popcorn was the only proper accomplishment to the demonic team, to the demonic theater, after all. Yes, I intend to enjoy this. And I could get some black tea and mustard miso? Mustard miso? Erika, begin. I'm already starting to get bored. Yes, my master, leave it to me! Order! Silence! At the sound of your voice, the Chester Sister troops straightened up, lifted their right knees, and stepped down hard on the floor with their heels. It became a low, deep tremble in the ground, which instantly erased all chatter in the cathedral, and turned their eyes and expressions even more hollow and empty. The room fell back into silence, almost as though they were a collection of wax models. How if these people are figurines or fucking windows? Amidst the heavy silence, there was a sound of footsteps, as Erika walked out into a center where she could catch everyone's attention. When she signaled with her chair, a goat attendant appeared from behind the pillar and carried a single, plain chair out into the front and center of the room. It must have been the defendant's chair. I, Furudo Erika, will make an accusation. The murderer on the 5th game is... It's you, Ushiramiya Natsuki! Ushiramiya Natsuki-san, you are the culprit! Erika pointed at Natsuki and spoke. Natsuki Bug's doll alone twitched and gained its expression. It was expression of panic. Oh, we have 10 minutes more. Okay. Chester Sisters, please take the defendants to her chair. Understood. Wait, what are you doing? Let go of me! 45 and 410 pinned Natsuki's arms behind her back and led her to the chair in the center. Natsuki resisted, but the Chester Sisters were surprisingly strong and she couldn't do anything. What a fucking farce. She turned to the relatives for help, but they just remained silent like wax models. I, Frudo Erika, will now reconstruct why the crime only possible of Surshirimiya Natsuhi.
Beato, of course you'd be defending her, right?
Naturally. I'm the Surshirimiya family alchemist, Beatrice the Golden. Frudo Erika, I accept the challenge. I shall take this false accusation you're trying to place on my master and tear them apart.
Beatrice...
Fear not, Natsuhi. You are my master, and you are the true head, with one winged eagle engraved in your heart. Do not fear a crime you're not committed.
At those words, Natsuhi jerked back and gulped. Uh-oh. Her panic finally disappeared. Oh, she's fine. Her panic finally disappeared, and she stood up straight.
That's true! I am Shiramiya Natsuhi! I will confront any challenge who would dare blaspheme the name of Shiramiya!
I need this break. I need it. Just 5 more minutes? 5 more minutes? How can you make such an empty boat in a situation like this? You really are a bullied kid in every single fragment.
So, Burn, make your claims.
I, Bercastel, calm that a human, Shiramiya Natsuhi, is the culprit of this game.
And you too, Beato, okay?
I, Beatrice, claim that the culprit of this game is not human. I am the culprit. Bercastel, who seemed fucking Toho-san. Bercastel, who seemed daringly, and Beatrice, who smiled firmly, crossed gazes. Can we have another side?
Do you hear this? Witches, humans? Two claims have appeared for a single truth. Is the culprit the human Shiramiya Natsuhi, or the culprit is the witch Beatrice? If the witch wins, the truth of a fifth game will disappear to darkness. If Erika wins, the witch illusion will be wiped from the game board. In other words, for Beato alone, this is a battle where losing is not an option. Are you prepared?
And what am I supposed to be preparing myself for? This is what I've been craving all along. If Erika were to win, the witch's illusion would be destroyed. That would mean the existence of a witch would be denied. Beato was fighting for her life. Relatable? However, this wasn't the only time she's been fighting for her life. It had always been a life or death struggle, even when she fought with Butler. Because if Butler had won and broken through the witch's illusion in any of the previous games, Beato would have been destroyed. That's dirty. Erika's the only one with nothing to lose if she fails. I wouldn't be so certain of that. Lady Bercastel is not a compassionate person. I can't imagine she'd give any warm treatment to a piece that didn't perform as she hoped. It was inconceivable that the ruthless Bercastel would place no blame at all on a piece who had suffered defeat. Erika was probably fearing for her life just the same. The two claims would clash, and one would be wielded out. One would fail and would not leave the place alive. The only one who truly had nothing to lose were those witches.
Okay, no problem. Now begin!
In this case, I would like to go first.
Should we take a break right now?
Hold on, we need to stall for 30 seconds. Recently I watched a movie. Stop. Recently I watched a movie which is called Princess Bride. If you know, you know.
And there was Columbo in it!
I was so happy to see Columbo here. At first I was like, huh, this funny guy looks kind of familiar.
It was Columbo!
I was so happy.
Huh?
Huh? Yeah, I stole for 30 seconds. Good. Taking a break, 10 minutes. Be right back. moon. Hold on. Oops, a second. I should invest. What's going on? Who the hell? Oh, it's you. Okay, it's sensor on my controller. It was moving my cursor. I should invest in a better phone holder. Was a deed, huh? Hold on. My mouse is full of seaweed. Oh no. Let me get some chopstick. Do you know? Ouch. Great sounds. Do you know where I found these chopsticks? Oh, it's actually ending. I stole it from somebody. Oh no, it's not ending at all. Oh my god, there's a lot of chopstick left with this one. I stole it from somebody when I was in high school. And I'm still using it, so you know, it's not waste. I used to be really annoying when I was in high school. God bless, I'm not like this anymore, right? You... What are we doing? As Attorney, Apologistis trilogy? Do you think we're gonna finish, this umineko episode today? If I go for like 2 more hours, do you think we could finish? I'm I probably don't have that much time. I probably need to finish like in an hour and a half. I would love to finish Umineko today. Finish this episode. Let me Google how many chapters in episode 5 of Umineko. I need to look. What? 27. What? The minimalist bullshit. Excuse me? Why am I banned on fucking Reddit? Blocked on fucking Reddit. Hello? It worked before. No, I need Reddit to find out how many episodes. Really? They hate me. I'm banned everywhere. What's the problem? I mean, I know what's exactly the problem, and it's definitely justified. But it's annoying. So annoying. No, I'm blocked. Not from incognito mode too. Huh. Your request was blocked due to a network policy. Try logging in and creating an account here. I actually have a Reddit account. Hold on. Am I going to log in my fucking Reddit account just to look this fun little thing up? I will. Will I Reddit? Oh no, it does work. For some reason it just blocks this one Umineko thingy. 1 karma. Is it good? Oh, now it let me in. Why the fuck? Episode 5, 15 chapters. Oh, just 15? Okay. Let's go. Couldn't track. Smileless Soidi. The Great Court of Illusions. Yeah, sure.
In this case, I would like to go first. The murder of Hideyoshi-san is very simple. It should be impossible to suspect anyone other than Natsuki-san.
I have a question. Is there going to be a character who's going to be trying to find the truth and not just fighting people who are suspicious?
Except for the victim and Natsuki-san, all of us were in the same room, correct?
It really was simple. Everyone except Natsuki was in the parlor, and because it was so simple, it was decisive. No matter how you look at it, the one who killed Hideyoshi was Natsuki. No, it's the other way around. No matter how you look at it, no one except for Natsuki could have killed Hideyoshi. There is no room for discussion or debate.
I'm telling you, you're mistaken. It may be true they don't have an alibi. However, I don't believe the lack of an alibi proves that one is a culprit.
I understand that Natsuki is the only one without alibi. But wait. The scene of a murder was a locked room. It should have been impossible for anyone, including Natsuki, to have committed the crime in this room. Except for me, since I could have done it with magic.
I'll explain the locked room trick, but hold on it later. We are starting with who did it, who done it, how done it.
I'll explain the locked room
Trick, the how done it later.
How done it? How done it? It does not make any sense in my head.
How done it later. We are starting with who did it for the time being. So for the reason I just mentioned, it's impossible to suspect any character except Natsuki-san for the murder of Hideyoshi-san.
Wasn't your voice higher? Milady, it may be dangerous to press any further than this. I agree. It's the fact that Natsuki was hidden in the closet for Hideyoshi's room. If you use a repetition request, to check your location will be cornered. Probably. Lady Delta is the ruler of this game. It is suit her fancy, and she'll set up Natsuki as a culprit regardless of a fact. If the typhoon were to pass and the police were to come and perform a scientific investigation, perhaps the true culprit would be identified and a false accusation against Natsuki lifted. However, the police would never arrive at this closed door for Kojima. In other words, the real truth would never be revealed.
Really?
Inside the cat box that will never be opened, false charges that everyone accepts have really the same value as the truth. The aim is most likely to use a simple murder of Hideyoshi to give impression that Natsuki-sama is a culprit, before moving to the first Twilight reconstruction, which has more uncertain elements.
It's not good at all to proceed while under the game's master suspicion. We should take the initiative.
Indeed. Lady Delta, as you are well aware, a fair number of murders were committed during the fifth game, and we are skipping rather lengthy chunk of time from midnight until the early morning. Skipping the Hideyoshi's murder and stepping backwards and forward in time will only lead to confusion. It is my best belief that we should follow events chronologically and in order through the decision of yours, of course. Objection. Chronological order has no significance. Has no significance in the process of building a case against the culprit. Objection. Furudo Erika is trying to manipulate perception in her favor by mixing up the chronological sequence. Is it normal that one of the whoever the fuck those two are, one of the helpers to a judge is also in a weird connection with a judge? I don't think it's fair.
I don't like it when things get all muddled either. Accept Beatrice's claim. Erika, start with the first Twilight instead of jumping to the second.
I definitely saw Erika click it on. Now I understand. This is how the Tales of Kojima are created. After being guided by Virgilia and meeting Beatrice, now I stand here at the peak from which I can see everything below me, and I finally understand the truth of this world. This is the thing you talked to me about before. Yeah, that's right. Truth is very fragile in this place. As long as each side makes its own claim, different truths can exist at the same time. Yes. This really is a trial. Both sides put forth their own truth. This here truly is a brown tube trial that Virgilia once used as an analogy.
Then I will follow Lady Ambadelta's order and start from the first crime at the first twilight. As you know, at midnight on October 4th, the first day. Following a short break at the family conference, Nazi's son left on her own, saying that she was going to bed early. Therefore, her alibi is completely lost from that time until the next morning.
The culprit is Ushiramiya. What the fuck is this Gatari slide? The culprit is Ushiramiya Natsuhi. This is because Natsuhi is the only one without an alibi. Oh, is it so? I believe there are several people beside Natsuhi who have dubious alibis. Unless you can clear suspicion from all of them, I cannot allow you to call Natsuhi the culprit. Yeah, Butler could have killed him. The culprit cannot be definitely said to be Natsuhi as long as there are no other people without alibis. Ugh, stop with Gatari bullshit! Natsuhi is the only one without an alibi between 2400 and 1 hours. This is being used as a basis for claiming that she is a culprit. However, she cannot be for certain as long as the following possibilities exist. Is it possible that Butler is a guest house committed? Is it possible that Nanja committed? Is it possible that Godet, Kumasawa, Genji, Kraus? Is it possible that other people in the mansion besides Natsuki committed the crime? Is it possible that George will be others? Okay, it doesn't go away. Is it possible that George and the others were actually just playing dead? What if the second floor was reachable without going past Erika in the launch? What if the crime was committed before 24 hours? What if the crime had committed after 300? What if the crime has committed outside the interval of 24 hours and 1 hour? What if someone in the mansion committed the crime between 24 hours and 3 o'clock? Well, she was ready. True.
If Erika wants to claim that Natsuki is suspicious, she should first show that everyone beside Natsuki has an alibi. Right, Bern?
Yeah, of course. Erika will provide a complete explanation that covers everyone. Will she? The culprit is Ushiramiya Natsuhi. As we will prove, everyone else has an alibi.
Of course, my master. In this case, I would like to explain things in order. Let's forget about Genshi's murder and focus on the crime in the guest house. The inclination here to suspect the servants who were in the guest house, right? On that night, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were in the guest house. Isn't this right, you two?
She turned to face the direction where those two people were seated, and just those two wax models came back to life. When they weren't allowed to speak, they probably weren't even granted a soul. In this case, it would have been much better if Natsuhi's soul could simply have disappeared as well. Natsuhi, who was in the defendant's chair, kept her soul the whole time and was constantly hanging her head, looking nervous. Goda hurried to his feet and answers Erika's question. Yes, that's correct. On this evening, I was alone in the guest house servant room. Well, look at my age. Staying up at night would be a heavy burden, so I returned to the servants' quarters in the guest house, and went to bed right away on my own. Yes, you'd better believe I did. Does it mean that God and Kumasawa have lost their alibis? Kumasawa claims that she was sleeping alone in the servants' quarters. Goda claims that he was alone in the servant room. Either of them should have had enough time to go to the cousin's room and commit crime. Nonsense! Why would we do something like this? That's right. How could we kill another person? Really, guys? The culprit cannot be definitely said to be Natsuhi. After all, it's not possible that Kumasawa in the guest house committed the crime. It's not possible that Goda in the guest house committed the crime. Why we went Gatari mode? Like, why? How did I deserve any of this? Natsuhi said it all. Both Kumasawa, who was sleeping alone in the servants' quarters, and Goda, who was alone in the servants' room, are in the exact same situation as Natsuki and Hiroma. So far, I fucking hate this. I don't like how it's presented at all. Both of them have lost their alibis.
Have no fear. I guarantee that neither of those two are murderers. Firstly, Kumasawa-san, following dinner, she left the mansion with me and the others and went to the guest house, entered the servants' quarters, and slept until morning. It's the same for Goda-san. Once he finished his job, he chattered with us in the lunch and went to sleep afterwards. Neither of them had the opportunity to commit murder.
So we're finally here. I see that it's time for me to stand up as well. Your turn is over already, Erika. Go summon that bodyguard you rely on so much. Beata glanced where Lenore sat in the second-floor balcony. However, Lenore just stared back with those usual expressionless eyes. Reposition requested. We have absolute proof of God and Kumasawa's alibis.
Decline repetition. Why give a hint to an enemy?
There is no way he would answer.
Did you hear that, Lady Lambaderta? They say they have no proof.
Is this acceptable for them to claim that God and Kumasawa had alibis without proof?
Good point. What do you say, Bern? Erika? How can you claim that God and Kumasawa have alibis?
Stay out of this, Erika. My opponent is Lenore over here. A mere human like you is not fit to argue with a witch.
No, there's no need for Lenore to step forward. In fact, it is precisely this, a mere human defeating a witch, that will spell the end to the witch delusion. So go ahead, use the red and blue as much as you like. I'm ready for you.
In response to Erika's challenge, Beata smiled boldly, yet gracefully, and slowly stood up. As they glared at each other between the floor and the balcony. God and Kumasawa had no alibis. The two of them were in a guest house and could have reached the cousin's room to commit murder at any time. Unless you can eliminate that possibility, you cannot treat Natsuki as a culprit. Beata's blue shoes stuck out rapidly. The curtain had finally dropped, and the battle had begun. A human like Erika can't use any red. How could she turn this around without calling Lenore? Though Erika cannot use it, her master, Lady Bicastel, can. We mustn't let our guards down.
Blue juice, valid. What will you do, Bern? Will you or Lenore step on step?
It is still not my turn.
And it is not Lady Bicastel's turn either.
Yeah, that's right. There is no need for us to show up with something like this. This is importantly precisely because a mere human like Furuda Erika will defeat you, Beata. Because you'll be defeated by a human, we'll all know that the fake witch who calls herself Beatrice the Golden is nothing more than a subhuman illusion. If you really can't do this, that'll be seriously interesting.
Okay, Erika, let's see what you got! I will begin with Kumasawa-san. It's extremely simple. Kumasawa-san, stand!
Yes!
Kumasawa-san, from the time you went to bed last night to the time you were informed about crime in the morning, did you ever leave the servants' quarters?
No! No! It's sound asleep until the morning. I really was!
The truth is, after dinner last night, I had a chat with Iwa-san and she told me something very interesting. And I tested out myself.
What are you talking about? You don't mean...
That's right. It was cornered and sealed Kinza in the study. I learned that you can create a seal by putting something between the door and the frame.
Are you kidding? Did she actually do that to servants' quarters where Kumasawa-san was sleeping? Erika was in a guest house. There is no other obstacle to her having been capable of that.
After all, it was unsettling night, and a massive amount of gold had just been discovered. Many sorts of crimes might have occurred. Where there is a detective, there will be a crime. I foresaw that some kind of crime would take place, so I used it to seal away people whose alibis might otherwise be lost.
Erika held a small folded piece of brown paper high in the air. Okay, is it normal that you really like speaking annoying voice as Erika because Erika is pathetic? But when I need to do a voice for Maria, I'm just I'm just so reluctant and hateful towards it. Erika had a small folded piece of brown paper high in the air.
After I watched Kumasawa-san, who returned to the guest house with me, say goodnight and enter the servants' quarters, I used this to seal the door. Then, in the morning, when the crime was discovered because a big uproar, I immediately went to check Kumasawa-san's quarters. Here I confirmed that the seal was still intact. Therefore, I can prove Kumasawa-san's alibi. Kumasawa has an alibi. Shiro frame, Kuro frame. Are you gonna check it? Like a checklist? So annoying. Okay. Good. A wonderful alibi. Absolutely airtight. Kumasawa returned to the guest house with Erika, went to the servants' quarters to sleep, and never left the room until morning. In other words, after Kumasawa returned to the guest house, she never went to the second floor until morning. The proof Erika had shown was elevated by Berkastel and become red truth. This truth, which had become red, could no longer be overturned, even by Beata. In other words, in this instant, Kumasawa's perfect alibi had been absolutely guaranteed. Then what about Goda? Goda-san holed up in the servant's room right after reaching the guest house. Sealed him up in the same way. Then, when Rose-san returned at 1 a.m., I happened to notice her when I stepped out into the corridor. I let Goda-san, who was still in the servant's room, know this. The seal was intact at the time, so from the time we arrived at the guest house until 1 a.m., Goda-san never left the servant room. And afterwards, he was with me at the lounge until 3 a.m. I was upstairs, so I can guarantee that Goda-san didn't come up. Erika still proves that Goda had holed up in the servant's room until 1 a.m. And Erika can testify to his alibi from then until 3 a.m. because she was passing the time in the lounge with him. And after this point, she never set foot upstairs until the morning after. Erika can attest to this as well. In other words, after Goda returned to the guest house, he never went up to the second floor until morning. Goda has an alibi. Oops. Is it gonna switch? Red truth, valid. Hold on. Oh? A phone call. I need to take it.
Frick. Sorry. Sorry about that. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm speaking English. Okay. That's annoying to switch languages like this. So annoying. I'm kind of afraid to start speaking something else. Welcome back. Thank you. Umineko. Red truce. Wallet. Well done, Erika. The alibis due to seals on those doors have been acknowledged by Byrne and elevated to status of a red truth. Thank you very much, my master. I am the detective, a being greater than humans who can invoke the red truth despite your humanity. What does it even mean, honey? Oh. Either way, it's cute. You claim to be greater than a human? You concealed brat, live another 1,000 years and then you can talk. It'll be a pain to have you try anything funny, so I'll make this clear now. In fact, I should have done this in the beginning. I apologize for being so runabout. This is the state of a guest house at midnight. The gold had been found, an emergency family conference called, and the butler's son had gone to the mansion with the relatives. I, the 3 cousins, Dr. Nanja, Koda-san, and Kumasawa-san remained in the guest house. What? Oh, yeah. She mentioned the butler gone here. Okay, sorry. I've already explained Goda-san and Kumasawa-san's alibi. George-san, Jessica-chan, and Maria-chan were playing cards in the cousin's room. I actually joined in for a little bit, and I clearly witnessed that they were alive at the time. My master, I request that you repeat this. Yes, I'll oblige you. At 24 hours, in the guest house, George, Jessica, and Maria were alive, and they were in the second-floor cousin's room. Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa were on the first floor. And since there's no need to hold off on it anymore, I'll confirm that all the victims so far are dead. George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji, these 5 clearly are dead. Really are dead. How could they be playing dead with the neck sliced open like this? No murder occurred before 24 hours. We guarantee that George Group is dead. What does it mean, we? Why the hell Virgilia was asking Beato to repeat that you can mistakenly imply that corpses are not dead, huh? Thank you for repeating, my master. I had to make these things clear, you see, or I might have started hearing about how they were already dead before I guaranteed everyone's alibi, or that they weren't actually dead at all. Unsurprisingly, Beata's side couldn't get away with a simple plan of claiming that the victims were only played dead. But in order to overcome Goda and Kumasawa's alibi, it should have been possible to suppose that the crime occurred before those doors were sealed. However, the opponent had predicted this move perfectly. It had now been shown and read that the crime did not occur before the time period covered by Erika's alibis. Got it. That's the last time the victims were confirmed to be alive. I wish you'd say that in the beginning. That means we can ignore everything that happened before midnight. To go even further, at 24 hours, Natsuki, Kraus, and Genji were in the corridor on the second floor in the mansion. All the remaining people were at the family conference in the dining hall. Okay, that's true. Of course, at that point in time, no murder had occurred. Genji was also alive. Confirmation that at 24 hours, those said to be inside the mansion were indeed inside the mansion. Addendum, it had really been shown that none of them left. Yeah, I can. Wait. Does Kraus has alibi for a second murder? I don't think so. Where the fuck is he? That isn't something that Erika observed.
But we can move the game forward without establishing it. Okay, I acknowledge that red truth.
Thank you very much for the red truth, my master. Since Erika had been in the guest house, it was only natural that she could explain the situation here. However, since she hasn't been in the mansion at the time, explaining the situation over here would have been extremely difficult for her. Beata would normally have attacked this with a blue truth, saying that the people in the dining hall had all agreed to keep the same story, and that someone might have snuck out of a dining hall and committed murder in the guest house. However, because Byrne had instantly settled the matter with a red truth, Beata had completely lost her chance to strike back. Damn you. Very troublesome to think that we would put such a disadvantage.
That is almost the exact opposite of Richie's fight with Butler.
In fact, the situation might be even worse than it was back then. At a glance, the fight between the two of them resembled our previous fights. However, there were some vital differences. The first was whether or not Beata was a game master. The Beata who fought against me was the game master, so she knew all the truth. That's why she was able to use the red truth at will. However, the current Beata isn't a game master. She's just a single piece in a game board. In other words, Beata doesn't know the truth. So you could say that Beata is now in the same position as I once was. Though Erika may seem to be in the same position as I once was, the situation for her is totally different. She connects to the witch called Bercastel. Even though she isn't a game master, she's capable of elevating Erika's statement to become red truth. Because of this, Erika can use her red truth even though she's neither a witch nor a game master. Beata, who's supposed to be the witch, possesses no truth or red she can use. And yet the detective, Erika, can use the red truth. The advantage has completely flipped over to the other side. You could probably say that the current Beata is in much worse position than I was when I fought with her. After I got used to the game... This is a very long game. Yeah, you tell me. Beata stopped responding from repetition requests, but in the beginning she responded to almost all of them, giving me a quite few hints. Yeah, it's gonna be maybe go for 80 more hours or something like that, I'm guessing. That's why we were able to fight on par. On par? However, Bercastel is different. She fully understands the rule of this game, is prepared to corner Beata without even a hint of restraint. Longer than Final Fantasy. Is Final Fantasy... which one? Is there really long Final Fantasies? I never played any Final Fantasy. I watched the playthrough of the last one that came out, Final Fantasy 15, and it wasn't that long, I guess. She fully understands the rules of the game, and it prepared to corner Beata without even a hint of restraint. And all this made me realize Beata was going easy on me so that we could fight on pair with each other. This has become quite an interesting fight. I see, so I must fight from the position Butler once stood in. Beata. I once insulted you and called you incompetent. I can handle much worse than this. It's now impossible to suspect God and Kumasawa. You can't win by arguing that point any longer. Yup, let's switch to a different approach. The next in line would probably be Nanjo. He was also in the guest house. Nanjo was in a lounge with Erika, if I'm not mistaken, but the time periods before and after that should be wide open. That's right, I'd strike here. Nanjo, you were relaxing in the downstairs lounge in the guest house with Erika and Goda, correct? It's not possible that Nanjo in the guest house committed the crime? Well, he was with Erika, so... She gonna guarantee his alibi? No? Yes. I was with Erika-san the whole time. And during this... What time was this? From 1 to 3 AM. Yes, that's right.
Between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m., Dr. Nanja, Goda-san, and I were relaxing in the lodge. Repetition requested, my master. I'll respond. From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., the trio of Erika, Nanja, and Goda spend their time in lounge on the first floor of a guest house. Why hesitation? Why ... here? Ooh. Spend their time in a lodge on the first floor of a guest house. Though she had flat out refused Beatrice's repetition request, she responded to Erika's immediately. The red truth was standing to corner Beata. Beata grimaced as though in pain, but she still stuck back with blue truth. No, she really was in pain. As alibis were steadily established for everyone other than Natsuhi, the witch illusion was also being denied. Beata perceived the denial of her existence as pain. Even so, he shouldn't have an alibi for the time period before and after you were in the launch. It was possible for Nanji to commit the crime too. That's right. I get that Nanji was in a launch with Erika from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., but what about before and after that? Well, Erika? Of course! First, the alibi for before 1 a.m. There is no problem at all. I played cards with the cousins in their room until midnight, and then went downstairs to the lounge where I met Dr. Nanja. That's right. At midnight, I'd make Eric-san, as she was coming down the stairs, as she spoke with her, learning that she was quite a connoisseur of a mystery genre. I realized that I find a kindred spirit. When I went into the archive to solve the Abidoff's riddle, I noticed there were several original copies of famous foreign mysteries novels stored here. Ah? They allowed to have this? Just laying around? Unfair. So I went to discuss them with an actual book in hands. We moved the archive and we were talking the whole time. Only with Dr. Nanjo? Who else was here? What about Goda? Was Goda staying in the same place? Somebody yelling outside. Constantly, until we moved to the lounge. An archive in the guest house had enough books that you might even call it a small library. In it were several famous foreign mystery novels that Kinzo had was taken a liking to. Of course, they were all original and in English, but English was no problem for both Erika and Nanjo. Fuck you guys. On this occasion, Erika has again borrowed the key to the archive from Goda in the servant room. She added that she read the seal at the point and of course reset it. Damn her. Even though she kept it sealed for anyone else to enter or leave, she alone enters and leaves wherever she wants. Oh, Frodo Erika killed them. I solved the case. I see. So from midnight till 3 a.m. when you went to bed, you were with Nanji the whole time? It means Nanji's alibi is the most excellent of them all. Yes, it is indeed the case. Your accent is still as adorable as last year. Thank you very much. I'm flattered. Yes, that is indeed the case. Repetition requested, my master. I'll respond. After 24 hours, Erika was with Nanji the whole time until 3 a.m. At midnight, the crime in the cousin's room still hadn't occurred, so this established an alibi for the period before the time he spent in the lodge. After that, we walked out of the archive and into the hallway at 1 a.m. When we did, we just happened to bump into Roda-san as she returned. I then told Goda-san about this. I figured it was probably a servant's responsibility to welcome in a guest. Goda asked if he should bring a towel, but Rosa refused. She quickly headed up to the second floor. At this point, Erika, Goda, and Nanji gathered together and decided to have a drink. Their alibis in the lounge up until 3 a.m. have already been proclaimed in red, so there are no problems here. Let's continue on that after 3 a.m. This is Dr. Nanji's alibis after we split up. At 3 a.m., Butler-san returned and the people in the lounge went their separate ways. Dr. Nanja, Butler-san, and I went up to the second floor. I then said goodnight to Dr. Nanja. At the time, of course, I put a seal on the door to the doctor's room as well. And it went unchanged until the crime was discovered. I flew out of my room the moment Butler Sir screamed, and I confirmed that the door to Dr. Nanja's room is still sealed. Therefore, Dr. Nanja's alibi is perfect both before 1 a.m. and after 3 a.m. Nanja has an alibi. So dramatic. Are we gonna go through all of this? Oh, the spacing is not that great. I mean, it's important for the story, but... Splendid, Erika. Both your seal and your red truth are perfect. Nanja had the alibi of being with Erika until 3 a.m., and he didn't leave his room after 3 a.m. until morning. Using the seals she had placed on the doors, Erika was granted red truths from Bercastel one after another. When I gave Beata a repetition request, it was about maneuvering and tactic, but it's totally different for Erika. For her, it's like having a trump card which she can make red whenever she wants. This concludes the proof of alibi for all suspects in the guest house. No problem, I assume? I do have problem, and this problem is... Beata racked your brain to find some point to latch onto, but Erika's red had been ruthlessly perfect. There was no point she could take issue with. Beata kept thinking hard, trying to fault Erika on something, but your expression was so wrought with desperation that anyone could tell by looking. I'm overruling you, Beato. I can't sense any problem at all. It's totally pop, cute, and perfect. The alibis for all humans in the guest house have now been proven. Hold it, Erika. You're going to leave me out of this? I'm pretty sure Shimia Butler also had a chance to commit the crime. After all, I was in the same room as the victims all night. There's no way I'd let you carry on this discussion while ignoring me. They killed him. At this moment, an arrow twisted like a golden snake and hit me. It didn't pierce through me, but it slapped me hard on the cheek like a whip. Butler-sama, your right to speak has not yet been recognized. Be warned. Oh, damn it. Yeah, I understand, Butler, and my apologies, forgive me. Erika, you still haven't shown an alibi for Butler. Butler is the man who was sleeping alongside the victims. Shouldn't he be placed under the great suspicion of it all? Of all? Why are people yelling outside? Is it not possible that Butler in the guest house committed the crime? Was he on the list? Miara's right. You can't go skipping Butler like this. My apologies. I had completely forgotten about him. After Butler returned at 3 a.m., you went upstairs with him, and I believe you also went to your own room and slept. You may have gone to the cousin's room at midnight, but I don't think you were here after 3 a.m. Will you now claim that you went to crawl into Butler's bed later on? Of course, if you tell me you were looking at Butler's sleeping face all night long, confirmed his alibi in the cousin's room, I might just be willing to accept your proof. Yes, I listened to him breathing in his sleep all night long. Got a problem with that? What? Predator, huh? I, Furuda Erika, can prove that Butler's son returned to the cousin's room at 3 a.m. Then he went straight to bed afterwards, and then he went straight to sleep. And I can prove that until he woke up, noticed the gruesome situation the room was in, and let out a scream, nothing happened in this room. So you have no need to worry. Butler's son isn't the culprit. He's just the charming first discoverer who entered the murder scene without realizing it was one and slept until the morning. That's insane. Even with those seals you love so much, it shouldn't be possible for you to prove that. How can you prove this? That's a load of crap. I entered the room alone, and Erika must have gone into your own room as well. How can she say something like that, although she saw the whole thing? She never said that she saw it. The room Erika was assigned to
Where was it located?
Erika, tell me please, how can you prove so much about Butler?
I expect no less from a true detective.
My room was right next to the cousin's room. There was only a single thin wall between them.
You don't mean... You put your ear against the wall? To check what was happening in the cousin's room?
Yes, my ears are perfect. Right after Butler-sama entered the room, I put my ear against the wall and listened carefully to make sure nothing out of the ordinary occurred.
She's so normal.
You said you could prove that nothing happened until Butler let out a scream the next morning. You don't mean... Yes. I put my ear against the wall and listened in on this room until morning without sleeping a wink.
She's so fucked up.
Everyone was stunned into silence.
She put her ear against the wall, and for entire time until morning, she listened to what was going on in Butler's room.
Why would she do this? Because she doesn't know that crime had occurred at all. Why would she do this? That's not reasonable at all.
Just what would have looked like? Until dawn, she was silent, her breathing in a pitch-black room, clinging to the wall shared with a cousin's room. Like some kind of creepy, venomous spider clinging to the wall of a darkened room. Perkenstell alone was grinning in triumph. Due to the progression of the game, I realized that Butler, the one who had received the head's ring, would be a key player. I was sure that Butler would be a victim on the first twilight.
Yes, so just as my master told me to do, I put my ear against the wall until morning without a wink of sleep, checking to make sure nothing unusual happened.
She's not deranged, she's normal. Erika has a photographic memory, and her hearing ability is on a pair with a tape recorder. It would have been impossible for Butler to kill George and the others and slit their throats without Erika hearing it. It's impossible for Butler to have committed the crime. Well, sure. I don't think we can finish this episode today.
It's an accepted power of the detective's authority. I have no choice but to acknowledge it. I'll confirm it in red. The Shirimiya Butler returned to the cousin's room at 3 a.m. and fell asleep. After that, until the discovery of a crime, absolutely nothing out of the ordinary happened in this room.
In other words, it was impossible for Butler to commit murder or damage the corpses. The red from the two of them forced Beata to show an expression of considerable anguish. It was only natural. The red truths they had spoken not only guaranteed Butler's alibi, but a number of other things as well. First off, it meant the murder was impossible for anyone after 3 a.m. And since the cousins were confirmed to be alive as late as midnight, the time period of the crime automatically became between midnight and 3 o'clock. That also automatically provided a guaranteed alibi for everyone who wasn't in the guest house before 3 a.m. It is impossible for the crime to have occurred after 3 a.m. Okay. Which one is it? Oh, this one. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Genji Kraus. Beside Natsuhi. Oh, we need to do all Genji Kraus routine. Okay. This one hurts. A lot. Does it? After midnight, Erika was in the guest house the whole time, so it should have been difficult for her to prove alibis for all of the people in the mansion. It should have been almost impossible to prove alibis for Eva and the others. But now, all she had to do is prove that they never visited the guest house between midnight and 3 a.m. And she can prove those alibis. Anyway, we have to construct is so that the murders were possible before 3 a.m. And we have to prove that it was possible for one of the people in the mansion to do it. The people who were in the guest house all had alibis. The crime didn't occur before midnight. The crime couldn't have occurred after 3 o'clock. In other words, there were no way for the murderers to happen until someone from the mansion committed the crime between midnight and 3 o'clock. What if someone in the mansion committed the crime between 2400 and 3 o'clock? In order to protect Natsuhi, she had to establish that it was possible for someone other than Natsuhi to commit the crime. Ironically, the witch had to prove that a human could have committed the crime. Still, that's a tall order. Until 3 a.m., Erika was in a lounge, and you have to pass through here to get upstairs. In other words, she's practically like a sentry for the upstairs floor of the guest house. This is an imaginative suggestion, but if it was possible to reach the upper floor without Erika noticing, we would probably be able to prove that the crime was possible for anyone. It's probably possible for a human to climb up to the second-story window if they really wanted to. What if the second floor has reachable without going past Erika in the lounge? Of course, Beata had also thought of striking back this way, and Berkastel must have thought of this as well. Butler and Anjio Goda Kumasawa. We realized that the crime was impossible for all these people in the guest house. However, what about the humans in the mansion? As I have already said, as my master had even proclaimed with the red truth, I was in a lounge on the first floor in the guest house, and to reach the second floor one must pass through the lounge. In other words, it was impossible to reach the second floor without me seeing it. And what if that wasn't possible? For example, what if someone placed a ladder against the outer wall of a guest house and snuck in through a second-story window? There must be a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge. If this is the case, it would be possible to reach the crime scene without... Sorry? A second? In this case, it will be possible to reach the crime scene without you seeing it. Beata finally struck back. Before now, she had let Erika take total control and attacked her with the red over and over. During that time, Beata counterattacked with the blue truths had been few in numbers, even including this one. Of course, I knew you'd stare and say that. I can't have my lookout in a lounge become meaningless, so first I must prove that my lookout was perfect. Firstly, because of how the guest house is constructed, it's impossible to reach the second floor without me seeing it from the lounge. How the fuck Natsuhi would commit this crime if you could not? A lonely deep sea fish. What the fuck is this title? How are you trying to prove that Natsuhi could have done it if you didn't see her? My master, I request you repeat. It's impossible for someone to reach the second floor of a guest house without anyone in the lounge noticing it. Now, of course, this only refers to reaching the second floor from inside the building. Good, my master! So next is Lady Beatrice's theory that there might be a way to reach the second floor from the outside. This really does pose a problem. After all, there are trees that could probably be climbed, and someone could have used a ladder. We also can be certain that crawling up the rain gutter would be impossible. But I can't let you do that. Huh? You won't let me? And how's that? Did you stay up all night circling the guest house? No, you couldn't do it, could you? You were in the lounge. From the lounge, you can only see a small part of the outer perimeter through the window. That's true. I could prevent all methods of climbing up the second floor from the outside. However, I was able to prevent all entry from the second floor. Prevent entry? I had already foreseen this move, frightening and so persistent.
Because of how the guest house is constructed, the only method of entry from the second floor is the windows. The locks, they don't matter at all. I only had to prove that none of the windows or shutters were open even once. After I witnessed the location of a hidden gold, I returned to the guest house and immediately began serving all methods of entry to the second floor that didn't pass through the lounge. Yes, it's exactly the same, no different from the rest. Don't tell me. You use that seal of yours on all the windows of a guest house? In this weather, dressed like that? Well, I did have my swimsuit from when I drifted here. She's insane. Really? At a house where she was welcomed as a guest before anything had happened at all, she went out all in rain and did something like that? For a normal human, it would certainly be impossible, dubious action. However, she is a witch's piece. In the middle of the train, Erica sealed all the windows from the outside to create an alibi showing that no one could have snuck into the guest house from the outside. She climbed up the walls herself and did that to all the windows on the first and second floor. No, to all things which could possibly have permitted entry. Why is she like this? After hearing that she listened to the cousin's room all night long without sleeping a wink, even this bizarre behavior didn't seem quite so impossible. You know, maybe Frudo Erika is everyone's favorite detective. She's crazy! I wish she was more crazy in actual plot and not in this fucking afterthought. That's kinda cool that she's so crazy, but... That had probably also looked like a venomous spider. A repulsive venomous spider crawling eerily over the outer wall of a guest house in the middle of a storm. You... Just what do you think of the house of Ashramiya? Is this how you repay us for welcoming you as a guest? I can't do her voice at all. The detective, the Ashramiya house is nothing more or less than the state upon which the crime occurs. Before the outbreak of a crime, it was important for me to memorize the names of the characters, memorize the lay of the land, and prepare for the upcoming crime by devoting my time towards collecting and creating all possible alibis. From my perspective, detectives who make no preparations before the outbreak of a crime are pretty third rate. After all, we all know that someone will die wherever we spend the night. Furthermore, at the moment the crime has been discovered, Erika confirmed that none of those seals had been broken. That's why Erika wasn't the first one to reach the cousin's room when the corpses were discovered. Even without inspecting the corpses, she could be certain of certain things thanks to the red truth. Water time. You're perfect, my master. All I did was to prove everything to perfection by following your orders. Well done, Erika. My double, my piece. What do you think, Labda? That's a great Berkastel impression. I'd say that proves that Erika Lookout in a launch contains absolute reliability as far as constructing alibis is concerned. There are no way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge. Did you say that in red? I'm sorry. Hold on. Come on. Yeah, I'll acknowledge that. Erika, your seal is perfect. I can't make her worse anymore. It was kinda like Erika's, but more annoying. Hold on. I'm kind of spaced out here, I'm sorry.
How the hell? Okay, if entrance not permitted from the outside. And... entrance not permitted from the outside. It could not be... How the fuck she suspects Natsuki of it? Yeah, I'll acknowledge that. Erika, your cereal's perfect. I'll acknowledge it in red. It was impossible to reach the second floor of the guest house without passing through the lounge, and impossible to reach it all without Erika, who was in the lounge. Tell me about it. Thank you very much, Lady Lambda Delta. So you know what's coming next, great Lady Beatrice. Therefore, the time of a crime is limited to the single hour between midnight, when they were confirmed to be alive, and 1 AM, when their party in the lounge started. Beam. Nice. I already said it, but at midnight I went down to the lounge. He read off with Dr. Nancha and was engrossed by the discussion of the mystery genre in the archive until 1 AM. Oh, so this was the only time when somebody could have gone through, right? It's a bit embarrassing, but I grew so engrossed with the discussion that I wouldn't have noticed if anyone had passed through the corridor during this period. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. Oh, I'm falling asleep here. I don't think we're gonna finish this today. We're probably gonna finish it tomorrow, though, for sure. After doing all the maneuvering, I could go for like 6 hours, but after that, yeah, I'm probably done. After doing all the maneuvering and setting up seals to guarantee a perfect alibi, she became too engrossed in the mystery discussion and left an opening? Her relaxed smile was completely shameless, the total opposite of her words. Yeah, she did it on purpose, for the crime to be committed. It almost seemed like it's the other way around. It's enough to make you think that it was intentional trap, set in full awareness that only Natsuki doesn't have alibi for the hours following midnight. To put it the other way around, this was the following corollary. What? Corollary. Ouch. Corollary meaning? I'm sorry if it's gonna be too loud. Get ready.
Corollary.
Okay. Shut up. Oh my god. Sorry. Corollary, a proposition that follows from and is often appends to one already proven. Jesus, okay. The only ones who could have reached the cousin's room and committed the crime are those who have no alibi between midnight and 1 AM. Your eyes clearly hinted that Natsuki was the only one who fit this description. The crime was only possible between 24 hours and 1 AM. It had been a crime that occurred at a completely unknown point during the late night. But because of the alibis Erika had constructed, oh holy fuck, my eyes are strained. The time period had been compressed and restricted to a single hour following midnight. Erika left the cousin's room at midnight. This is the last time we have confirmation that George and others were alive. And after the party in the lounge started at 1 AM, it was impossible to reach the cousin's room by any method. All this from a mere human. Well, she's not actually a human, though, right? She's like an insane person. People are not usually that crazy. I mean, they are, but, you know. This is quite bad. The night had been sealed up into an hour, and at this rate, there won't be many pieces left to suspect. Damn you, Lady Bercastel. Not bad at all. Unlike Butler, I'm not an idiot, or wrong voice. Unlike Butler, I'm not an idiot. After this game repeated 5 times, I have more than enough cards in my hand. Then let us continue. Let's examine the alibis of the remaining suspects, the people in the mansion. After all, we only have to worry about the single hour between midnight and 1 AM. That shouldn't be difficult at all. First, midnight. At the time, Natsuki, Kraus, and Genji were all on the second floor corridor, and all of the others were on the first floor dining hall. This had been given in red truths by my master. Yeah, that's right. At 24 hours, Natsuki, Kraus, Genji here in the corridor on the second floor of the mansion. The rest were in the dining hall on the first floor. And as you know, there was a mysterious knock and a letter with a one-wing seal on it appeared. The discussion surrounding them continued until 1 AM. I will say it was a red truth. Of all the people in the dining hall, not one of them left the dining hall until 1 AM. That's true. Excluding Natsuki, Kraus, and Genji, none of the people in the mansion left the mansion before 1 AM. Okay. Genji, Kraus, and Natsuki. Couldn't Genji and Natsuki alibis intertwine or something? Natsuki saw Genji, Genji saw Natsuki. This was really bright. Yeah, it was. The time that the crime was possible had been limited to between midnight and 1 o'clock, and it had been guaranteed that the adults in the family conference did not leave the mansion between midnight and 1 o'clock. This gave them all proven alibis. And how do you intend to prove that? Erika's in the guest house. Did someone prove it by using one of those favorite seals on your dining hall door? You have no convincing evidence to prove. The red truth is simply truth, and there is no need to provide evidence, proof, or room for a counter-argument. You made this rule. This overbearing red truth hadn't only given alibis to the adults in the dining hall, it also gave alibis to Shan and Karen who had come to serve tea, and even guaranteed that they never left the dining hall. In other words, the only ones who didn't have proven alibis were 3 people, Natsuki, Kraus, and Genji. No, there were only 2 left. If alibis were proven for Kraus and Genji, it would prove that no one but Natsuki could have been the culprit. Wait, was there? Was there proven? Let's move on to Genji. He's a victim, but we can't rule out the possibility that he committed the crime in a cousin's room and then had killed himself. And furthermore, although he was the second floor corridor at midnight, he then returned to the servant's room to transfer the phone call for Natsuki and was completely isolated. Is it not possible that Genji in the mansion committed the crime? Which means that it was possible for Genji to commit the crime. I'll say it in red. When Genji finished transferring the call, he immediately returned to the servants' quarters. That's just a cold, hard truth without any evidence, proof, seals, or alibis, got it? You can just use it like this. Then, at 1 AM, there was another break in the family conference and Rosa returned to the guest house. At that time, I'm truly thankful for your cooperation, Shirimi Iwa-san. Please rise! Erika-chan wasn't the only one, you know? I was also certain that something would happen this night. She's the person who taught me how to make those seals, and she helped me to check the alibis of those people under suspicion. During the break at 1 AM, I went to Genji-san quarters and used the same seal as Erika-chan. In other words, if this wasn't broken, it would mean that no one could have been entered or left the room between 1 AM and the next morning. Why would you do this? Whatever. The murder of Genji is also restricted to the interval of 24 hours to 1 AM. Wait, Genji was killed? Wait! He was? He was victim of the first twilight? I forgot about it. Oh, he was! Corpse discovered in the servant's room quarter on the first floor of the mansion. The direct cause of death is unknown, but his neck has been sliced open by a sharp blade. The wound is deep enough that anyone could easily confirm his death with absolute certainty. Okay. Now, Karan-san Kumasawa-san, please rise! Karan rose expressionally, and Kumasawa got to her feet timidly. In the morning, you two went to wake Genji-san because he was asleep in, right? And at the time you noticed that the door was sealed, broke the seal, and opened the door, correct? Yes. I thought it was some kind of prank. Oh! Okay, I do remember this. I didn't think deeply about this at the time. I'm not asking for your opinions, just give us the facts. Did you break the seal when you entered the room? Yes. With the red truth, I'll guarantee that Eva, Kan, and Kumasawa's statements just now are the truth. At 1 AM, Eva sealed Genji's sleeping quarters, and then seal was broken by Kan and Kumasawa in the morning when the crime was discovered. Why the fuck would she do this? Just to save time, I'll add some more. During the short break at 1 AM, the first two to leave the dining hall were Rosa and Eva. Until Eva returned, everyone in the dining hall remained here. After seeing Rosa off, Eva went to sleeping quarters and sealed it. Of course, she did not enter the room at all this time. This is all information discovered by gathered it from the people involved. There is a note, baseless red truth. They are truths I arrived as though proper reasoning construction from testimony. And not only testimony, I took fingerprints and performed every kind of forensic test available for me. After all, Kinzo-san's study is a treasure trove for all kinds of chemicals. I obtained all sort of scientific evidence which is a truth in its purest form and infinitely close to red truth. However, this isn't scientific mystery, so I'll spare you the details. As Erika swaggered around the cathedral, she arrogantly touted her scientific knowledge. She had throughout knowledge of all the chemicals in Kinzo's study that had used them to conduct the scientific investigation, which had now been acknowledged and made into red truth by Bercastel. Without going into too much details, the result she had obtained would have been convincing even without the red truth. Fingerprint collection with aluminum powder, composition analysis on the mud under people's shoes, various chemicals reaction from cleansing rainwater. Erika had walked in and out of a study and didn't belong to her several Erika had walked in and out of studies that didn't belong to her several times, using all manners of chemicals, however she pleased without asking the family's permission. However, no one could fault her for this. The pieces couldn't hinder any action and the detective might take for the investigation. I'm falling asleep. This is the power of the detective's authority. You act like you own the place. From now on, I'll warn everyone if I meet never to welcome in any guest who call themselves a detective. I believe that would be wise, given sheltered detective is just about worst omen of misfortune here. This is proof that it was only possible to reach Genji's sleeping quarters and commit the crime between midnight 1 AM, just as with the murders in the guest house. And furthermore, Erika's investigation also proven... Erika's investigation also proven that it was impossible for Genji to reach the cousin's room. It had already been made clear in Red Truth that after transferring the phone call to Natsuhi, Genji had gone straight back to the servants' quarters. Now, based on the results of Erika's scientific investigation, they added a further Red Truth. Genji never left the mansion after 24 hours. This made it clear beyond doubt that Genji couldn't have reached the guest house, much less the cousin's room. Genji has an alibi. Yay! Huh, okay. We almost finished with this list. I wonder what's gonna happen after. That leaves only Kraus and Natsuki. A lot of people have had alibis proven. I'm... impossible. Natsuki's mouth flopped open and shut like a goldfish starved of oxygen. And that was an accurate analogy. Natsuki's mind was blank and spinning out of control, and she felt as though she really would suffocate. Ushirimiya Natsuki, I'll give you one last chance. I spilled water. Confess that all of the crimes were the work of your husband. Don't be ridiculous! Do I look like the kind of woman who would falsely accuse your husband? Beato, Natsuki denied it. I'll give you the same chance. You understand, right? Please don't tell me that you expect to be able to take advantage of the fact that Kraus is missing and try to pull the devil's proof on me. Is it not possible that Kraus in the mansion committed the crime? Beato realized that they were rapidly approaching the end of a battle. Normally, these alibis of Erika would still have many places that Beato could rule against using the Blue Truth. However, all of those alibis had been accepted by Bercastel and Lampadelta as the Red Truth, and Beato no longer had any room to argue. It's like Erika's creating a plotline, and those witches are distorting things so that everything matches up with it. That's right. If the Game Master, Lady Lambadelta, accept the truth, its authenticity will not be questioned. The world that comes after will be formed based on the truth that remains in the end. This happens no matter how far the final truth is from the real truth. There's no way Uncle Kraus is the culprit. He'd been held prison somewhere. Wait. We can't deny the possibility that Aunt Natsuki was skillfully tricked into believing this during the phone call. Do you suspect Natsuki and Kraus, Butler-kun? Well... Erika's truth had been constructed in a cowardly fashion, but it's a proper truth. She may be colluding with Witch, but it has still been acknowledged as a red truth. In other words, it cannot be fake truth built only on lies. This means that even Erika's truth makes sense. The truth about Natsuki and Kraus being the culprit is also very possible. It may be a hollow truth, but it is consistent. It's a fiction that holds the same worth as truth. Which of those two truths will you believe? It is for you to decide. No. I'll trust Aunt Natsuki and Uncle Kraus. I realize that there is so many trouble. But even so, I don't want to believe that they are culprits. Oh, we again with this? No. I can't believe it! How do you intend to get Natsuki out of the position where she's so cornered by Red, which is slowly but surely closing on her? I don't know. But I seriously don't want her to give up. Aunt Natsuki has been caught in a cowardly trap, that's all, and Erika's reasoning is all part of it. So whether it's intentional or she's being manipulated, Erika is adding the true culprit. Even if Erika has accused Natsuki of being the culprit, and even if everyone else here believes that, that's exactly why I want to be the one person who trusts her. If anyone assumes it's true, does it become the truth? If anyone accepts the lie, does it become the truth? Must be a solitary truth-teller. Be dragged to the guillotine, to the jeers of liars. I don't like it. If no one will believe Aunt Natsuki, then I will. Real truth isn't something that's determined when everyone thinks something sounds reasonable. It's something you arrive at after thoughtfully investigating both possibilities. So because they show us as an almighty god that goes beyond and above all of this detective bullshit, because they show us that Natsuki was where she was and what she was doing, it's kind of unbelievable to suspect her as a reader of a novel, right? So I don't believe that it was her either. So I sympathize with Butler. Even though I really like Erika, I pray for her demise. Jesus Christ. I pray for her to fucking shut up. Shut up, Erika, shut up. It's something you arrived at after thoroughly investigating both possibilities. So this trial is a downright fly. It's a kangaroo court! You said the line! It's a kangaroo court that exists for no other reason than to set Aunt Natsuki up as a culprit. Beru is doing all she can to plead Natsuki's case, you know. Ron, Beru is trying to refute Erika's argument. She's still defending. You can't fight in the trial by simply resisting all of your opponent's claims. This is why Beata always cornered me in the past. She isn't going to beat Erika by finding flaws in her reasoning. She has to find a different truth and show La Delta the rule of this game. That her truth is more correct than Erika's. Without violating any of the red truths that Lady Bercastel has shown, can you wave together a truth where Natsuki isn't the culprit? I don't know. But as long as I don't believe that Aunt Natsuki is the culprit, there got to be a different person. I don't even care if the culprit for the crime ends up being a witch. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He lost his way. There's better than having Aunt Natsuki be framed by an incorrect truth. So no matter how much red truth you are shown, you won't believe that Natsuki is a culprit, correct? Yeah. Well, red truth already multiple times proved itself to not be trusted that much, but I trusted most of the time, but not all the time. Yeah, for everything, there should always be some people who believe and some who don't. No matter how much evidence is stuck up against her, someone has to believe that she's innocent. I'm sure there are countless truths in the world that can't be proven with evidence. I don't even want to accept that something is true just because everyone says it is. How can you be sure that there's nothing on the far side of a moon if you haven't seen it? Scientific evidence? Photos from satellites? People who were here? I mean, obviously, Man on the Moon is a psyop, but... Okay, it's not a psyop. Is there some reason that you have to believe it? Until you see the far side of the moon with your own eyes, you can rule out the possibility that no one is here. And then again, you rule out the possibility of a thriving culture of space bunnies. Space bunnies. Ouch! Jesus, my hand just locked. Ooh, muscles in my hand just locked. Why? Why did I deserve this? Oh. You should never assume something is a truth unless you actually check it. But... photos from satellites... NASA... This court is maliciously trying to force a single interpretation on a truth that can't be checked. I once believed there was a society on the far side of the moon. But that was in elementary school and I was made fun of and laughed at. So I thought it was embarrassing to think that society lives on the moon, and I threw away that belief. Should we go this way? Isn't there a more reasonable example of this? I've been told by books my mom read that rabbits lived on the far side of the moon, and I believed that for a long time. But when everyone said this was wrong, I abandoned the truth without even trying to check it. For science. Even without evidence, I abandoned the truth I believed in. Without evidence? You sure, Butler? And now everyone is starting to believe that Aunt Natsuki is a culprit. Even though not a single piece of decisive proof has been shown. There is no proof, but Erika's words sound reasonable, so they're probably the truth? That's your reason to abandon your belief that Aunt Natsuki is innocent?
I mean, there is not much people on his side to begin with, so...
If no one else will believe, then I will. I believe that real truths only surface if you look with both eyes, one denying and one affirming. No matter how much they try to make Aunt Natsuhi out to be the culprit, it's my belief that she isn't. And I'll never give this up. You sure, Butler? I understand. Then allow me to grant you a single red truth. This is a single bit of a power I will give you, now that you hold the will to fight in a truest sense. Power? By the name of a finite witch Virgilia. No, as a former witch Beatrice, I grant you this red truth.
Ushiromiya Natsuhi
Is not the culprit.
Can everybody else sense it?
Plea bargain. If you acknowledge that Kraus is the culprit, Erika will cease her pursuit of Natsuhi. From then on, the investigators will proceed assuming that Kraus, whose location is unknown, is a culprit.
Well, what will you do, Beato? At this rate, Natsuhi is in serious trouble, right? Will you accept the plea bargain? If you're willing to abandon the Ushirimiya family honor thing, Bern says she'll let you off with a draw. She's been really soft on you, you know?
Kraus was currently missing, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Like Kinzo, he was no different than a cat in a box that had disappeared into the midst of the island. The cat in the box is a creature of infinite variation. No interpretation of it can be denied. It is a room of endless interpretation. The true source of endless witch's power. In other words, no matter how much Bercastel were to claim that Kraus was the culprit, she won't be able to make that sole truth. That is, the Kraus culprit theory and the witch theory could exist in almost perfect balance. Beata couldn't make the game a draw. Bercastel was tempting her. She was offering her a second chance if she would abandon the honor of the family she's sworn to protect, and consent to a wave in a fragment that would trample all over that honor. There was no room for false confidence. For Beata, to lose was to die. Unless she could see herself having an overwhelming advantage in this game, the right move had to be actively pursue a draw. I will not allow you to call my husband a killer. My husband is the next in line to the Ushirimiya family hardship. The one person who will inherit the glory of the Ushirimiya family. I will never allow you to bargain him as a criminal. Are you sure, Natsuhi? If you refuse to suspect Kraus, then you'll be the only one left. Otherwise, it's been proven for everyone else. In other words, him plus Raven. Even without any evidence, it will be determined that you are the culprit. And so what if I'm the only one left? I am Ushirimiya Natsuhi. I will not run or hide. I am innocent. I am the repentance of a noble head with a one-winged eagle engraved into my heart. If you wish to insult me, go ahead. If you wish to ridicule me, do as you please. But none of you can damage my honor with fiction. So true? She's so real for this? With a diligent voice, Natsuhi stated her case openly before the witches above her. However, this response of hers might have been exactly what Bercastel had intended. Natsuhi refuses deal. And you, Beata? You understand, right? The instant Natsuhi is singled out, Lambda will deliver her verdict. As soon as it happens, the witch illusion will be denied as you'll vanish into mist. Do you plan to let Natsuhi's foolish stubbornness drag you down to the depths of hell? Richie, you fought well. Now is the time to withdraw. Convince Natsuhi to try to work out a compromise. Both Lady Lambadelta and Lady Bercastel have boredom, not you as their true enemy. I imagine that would like to play this game over again. If they see that you will willing to make a concession, they will most likely accept it gladly and move on to the next game. If we move to the next game, that what will happen to the Natsuhi of this game? The Natsuhi of this fragment?
Now isn't the time to be worrying about this. Natsuki is just a piece. Even if she gets removed from this game, she'll show up again in the next one.
But the same does not hold to you, my lady. Though this game, I believe you have learned those moves that Lady Bricastel has up your sleeves. It's more realistic goal to make use of that than aim for victory in the next game instead. Accepting Lady Bricastel's deal might be your one and only good option right now.
Throw away that useless pride of yours. Neither Kasparov nor Deep Blue won every game.
Who the fuck Deep Blue is?
The person that wins more games wins in the end, right? If a witch gets too attached to a single match, a single life, a single piece, that witch dies.
My apologies, but I cannot do that. I know the strength of a man who believes even though everyone said he was wrong, and I know the suffering he went through when he was forced to abandon this belief.
I will not abandon Natsuki. Why? Because if everyone else suspects Natsuki, then someone has to believe her. Because truth can only be found in the gap between those who doubt and those who believe. I won't abandon her. Even if everyone believes that Natsuki is the culprit, I will still claim that the witch is responsible. If I can't even make this call, my existence isn't worth anything. I can't afford to lose. Truth isn't for anyone to deny. It's something that disappears when you doubt it and abandon it yourself.
Is this your answer, Beato?
Yeah, of course! I refuse. Ushiremiya Kraus is not the culprit.
Ushiremiya Kraus is not the culprit.
Can we get Butler on the scene, please?
Fool. There'll be no coming back from this, you know? That's what you get for being a quick-tempered moron. By the name of Bricastel, Witch of Miracles, I speak with the red truth. Ushiremiya Kraus is not the culprit. And he was killed long ago. Shortly after, you heard his voice over the phone, in fact. No way.
No!
Bricastel's cruel and ruthless red blade gorged Natsuki. It was all too merciless. The lack of knowledge of whether Kraus was alive or dead had almost crushed Natsuki with anxiety, but she had at least been capable of believing that he was alive. And now that hope, that expectation, had been crushed without any chance for a miracle. She had thrown herself into a trap out of concern for her husband's safety. With the loss of her daughter and husband, she had now lost everything she had gained since marrying into the Ushiremiya family. No, even after this, one thing still remained. If your husband was lost, even right now, she was the last person who could protect the honor of the Ushiremiya family. She still couldn't let it end here. Even wrapped up in so much sadness, Natsuki would do all she could to protect his honor with her last ounce of strength.
Nope, it's all over. I've been determined with the red truth that none of the remaining people in the dining hall left that room until 1 o'clock. In other words, alibis have already been proven for everyone except Natsuki.
Excluding Natsuki, everyone in the mansion has an alibi. Are we moving from the screen? Stop flashing.
Well done, Eric and Bricastel. You have fully proven that the crime was impossible for everyone except Ushiremiya Natsuki. Why don't I start reading aloud from the verdict? At midnight on October 4th, 1986, the defendant, Ushiremiya Natsuki, left before the others were pretending to return to her room to sleep, and murdered George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji one after another during 1 hour period before 1 a.m.
Let me add something on. Due to circumstantial evidence, include the murder of Kraus.
Yeah, that's right. In this situation, it's unthinkable that anyone except Natsuki could kill Kraus. I revision to the verdict. During the hour before 1 a.m., Ushirimi and Natsuki killed Kraus, George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genchi, one after another. It's only possible for any of these murders to have taken place between midnight and 1 o'clock. The only person without an alibi during this time was Ushirimi and Natsuki. From this point forwards, the game will proceed treating the defendant as a true culprit. Furthermore, because it was been truly proven that the crime was possible for humans, Beatrice, the Endless Witch, the card of illusions hereby denies your existence. Wait. You have a chance to plead your case. Can you prove an alibi for Natsuki? Or can you show the possibility of someone other than Natsuki being responsible? Oh, it's all Lambda Delta. Oops. If you can't do this, Natsuki will stop at being one shade short of absolutely guilty, and the denial of your existence will be put on hold for this game.
If Natsuki had an alibi, Beata would have shown it a long ago. In fact, wasn't the whole point of this trap to make you lose your alibi? Even if your alibi is not proven, I will believe in Natsuki's innocence, no matter how much you all try to pin your fake truth on her. I am the true culprit. Natsuki is innocent, even without any proof. The truth is, only known by the master of the night of this island, Beatrice the Golden. I am Ushiramiya Natsuki. Now that my husband has passed away, I am the head of the Ushiramiya family. My spirit will not be broken no matter how you try and humiliate me. Why, you ask? It's because Father gave me permission to engrave the crest of one winged eagle into my heart. How can your evidence and alibis negate the honor and crest engraved into my heart? They cannot. The Ushiramiya crest emblazoned on my heart is immortal. Can Butler speak finally? Now that Natsuki and Beatrice had practically been placed in a guillotine, they cried out with all the strength of their determination. However, that did nothing except being the cold smile of the game master, Lambda Delta's face. Erika had constructed the truth that Lambda Delta could accept, and no one could construct a more convincing truth to deny Erika's. In this case, the most convincing truth would swallow up everything else and become the one and only truth. Even if it happened to be different from the real truth, the truth, stop saying truth, of those in the past is swallowed up by the truth of those in the future. Even if the truth is a fiction, as long as everyone acknowledges it to be true. You all bark and bluster. I like it when the witches sob and beg for their lives when they're about to be burned at the stake. When they try and act tough like you do, it's such a buzzkill. So I think I'll send you one final gift, a red truth that to crush your bluster once and for all. Or is she gonna say that Natsuki is a killer? What do you mean? Don't, Lady Bercastel. Isn't it already going to be overwritten with the truth you desired? Your truth and Natsuki's should be able to coexist. Please don't defile it. Please. No, do it. Do it, and it's gonna be like, great reveal. Ooh, your eyes is like... Natsuki. When did Kinzo ever say it was okay for you to engrave the one-winged eagle into your heart? Those were just the words of a Kinzo from your delusions. The real Kinzo? Throughout his entire life, not once did he ever trust you from the bottom of his heart, and not once did he ever consider letting you bear the family crest. I mean, she's right, but she should have said it. When that heartless announcement was made, Kinzo stood up. Natsuki, you need not listen to this. Okay. No one can defile the crest engraved in your heart. That is yours alone. Do not even forget your pride as the final head of the Ushiramiya family. Natsuki! Just shut up and disappear. You putrid delusion vomit of Natsuki's mind. I mean, she's right. She's not wrong. You can erase me. You can erase my soul. As long as Natsuki continues to engrave the crest onto your heart. Can we get Butler into the scene, please? You lie in illusion. The real Kinzo would never say such a— Ooh, it read, oh. The real Kinzo would never say such a thing. Begone, thought. You fantasy of Kinzo inside Natsuhi's mind, beautified by her to suit her own purposes. Natsuhi. Bright red flashes of lightning smashed Kinzo over and over again as he screamed. Then he crumpled like a doll and sat back down in his chair as though nothing had happened. The fierce emotion had left Kinzo's face. He had truly become like a wax model, and so he would never again share kind words with Natsuhi. No, they killed him! Yes, the true Kinzo never once trusted Natsuhi during his entire life. The true Kinzo never once thought about allowing Natsuhi to bear the one-winged eagle. Although it doesn't deserve repeating, Kinzo had already passed away before the game began. At least I'm glad you acknowledge it. The Kinzo appeared in this game was nothing more than Natsuhi's delusions. Everything about this Kinzo, who believed in Natsuhi and entrusted her with protecting the family honor, was an illusion created by Natsuhi. Beautiful woman, now it's time for you to face the truth that you never gained the Shinomiya Kinzo's trust as long as he lived. Huh? Natsuhi, don't cry. Kinzo entrusted the Shinomiya family to you, did he not? No, he didn't. Not only did he not entrust her with that, he never said hello or met her gaze even once. That's it? Pun frame into the sky? Okay. End of the episode? Natsuhi's cry, a mixture of sadness and many other emotions, echoed through the cathedral. Natsuhi could no longer stop her tears. Some last, faint element that had cheered her up until today, that had allowed her to endure the Shinomiya as the wife to the head's representative and the final family head, has been torn to bits. Natsuhi no longer had anything left. Natsuhi could no longer allow herself to even call herself an Shinomiya. The difficult days, the painful days. The days where she still gave everything she could to the family she'd married into despite it all. The rare happy days that existed amongst them. All of these faded through her mind one after another and disappeared. All of those once beautiful moments, now crushed by Bercastel's red truth, smashed into a tiny shard that scattered everywhere, buried themselves deep into your hands and soaked them red with the blood of sorrow. It was the red of sadness and truth. That is all. All it takes to the presence of this crime. And a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furudo Erika. Oh, it's Erika. That is all. All it takes is the presence of a crime, and a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furudo Erika. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, crowd cheering, you, Furudo Erika, you. I'm sorry. Lambda Delta clapped. Then, a little later than expected, Bercastel began to clap as well, looking satisfied. Yay, Furudo Erika! The expressionless, wax figure-like audience followed suit, and an unshakable verdict was welcomed with grand applause. And so, the truth of this tale— objection? Was decided. Objection? No. Objection? No? Objection! Come on! Oh, at this moment, Butler comes out. Okay, we're waiting until Butler shows up in the main part of the story and I'm ending. I'm really tired. Right now, no humans exist on this island except for those in this parlor. And with one exception, it had been shown that none of them have committed murder. And the culprit is among these people. Whoa. In this case, it's conclusive, isn't it? Unless the culprit is a witch who committed murders with magic, that is. It was you? You killed George, killed my husband. Why? Why? I didn't kill anyone. I didn't do... In a panic, and with a voice that really couldn't be called flowing, in a manner that was, to put coldly, anxiety, Aunt Natsuki denied the suspicion placed upon her. However, there was no longer any way around it. The girl stood up, brushed back her long hair, pointed at Aunt Natsuki, and said it one more time.
You are the culprit, Shiremiya Natsuki-san.
Red-faced and tear-streaked, Iwa walked up to Natsuki and grabbed her by the collar. Yeah, this is the moment where Butler come out from the beginning. Then, wordlessly, she slapped Natsuki's cheek. Natsuki, who had never been slapped in her life, was shocked by the first ever taste of iron. You don't taste iron when you get slapped on the cheek. It turned into a scuffle between Iwa and Natsuki. Butler immediately tried to stop them, but Iwa planted a sharp knee onto Butler's gut and he doubled over. Oh, isn't Iwa has fucking martial arts belt or something? Give them back! Give back George and my husband! Why did you kill them? You murderer! Murderer! Sobbing, Iwa kicked Natsuki, who had fallen to the ground, over and over. Butler tried once more to cut in and stop them, but he was brushed aside. And after that, no one tried to stop them. Repeating her son's and husband's name over and over, Iwa kicked Natsuki and kicked her, and then she started grabbing whatever her eyes fell upon and throwing it. Natsuki was hit with a steaming teacup when a can of black tea whose tea leaves fell all over her. Ew. She was kicked, her hair pulled and dragged up, her cheek slapped so many times it started to swell. All of them just looking away, what the fuck? No one tried to stop it, hello? It wasn't because they were worried about Iwa kicking them too. It was because they thought it was an appropriate act of retribution for a person who had lost her beloved son and husband. You guys are so annoying. A proper retribution, a proper truce. Everyone in the parlor accepted that Natsuki was the culprit. They accepted the truth that Erika claimed. Really? We're gonna end on this? No way. So it's become a proper truce and Natsuki was designated as a proper culprit. She had already lost the husband and daughter who would have protected her, and even Kinzo, who should have given her a final bit of strength, had already vanished like a bubble in the ocean of illusions. No longer would anyone protect her, no longer would anyone believe her, so she was now the true culprit, no. Iwa's shoulders heaved with a heavy breathing. Apparently her anger still hasn't abated. Erika patted Iwa's shoulders and made her take a step back. Of course, this wasn't to protect Natsuki from violence. It was to further humiliate her now that she had been branded as a culprit.
Natsuki-san, I've solved 2 of the 3 riddles. The whodunit, the howdunit. The final riddle, the whydunit, must always be confessed by culprit herself. Please follow the rules of the mystery genre and confess.
The whydunit refers to the motive. Thanks for this line. Great line.
If this is the 3rd-rate mystery, you wouldn't let out a high-pitched laugh about now. About... what? You would let out a high-pitched laugh about now, confess to the crime, and start telling the story of your sad past. Don't tell me you intend to make me explain the parts as well.
I'm not the culprit! Someone! Believe me! I had my husband taken hostage and I was blackmailed! I was framed! Natsuki, with your hair a mess and your face red and tear-streaked, tested to everyone, but no one met your gaze, you cowards, because it had already been resolved that Natsuki was the culprit. Was it though? Because Lambda Delta has acknowledged that the culprit of the tale was Natsuki and woven it... I mean, she didn't say it in red, so... and woven it this way, none of the pieces would play any head to the culprit's words. Natsuki isn't the culprit. I'm the Golden Witch, Beatrice. I'm the one who commanded Rokijima's night and who was regained since long before the time you were all stuck scared in the dark. Pacing, come on! Why can't you just call it my sin? Why must you suspect Natsuki? Acknowledge me! I committed all the crimes. I cannot be work of a human. It cannot be! The witch's illusion had already been crushed, and Beata's voice didn't reach anyone. The verdict had already been announced. Everything had been decided. Was it though? No one can hear you. You're a phantom, a mere illusion. Go back to being a simple portrait. You're a frail illusion to a witch, born when the relative shared in Kinzo's fantasy. That is the truth chosen by this world. So, Great Lady Lambda Delta, now is the time for you to bury this presumptuous and foolish illusion and call itself a witch. Oh, Butler not gonna be here for Natsuki. He's gonna be here for Beatrice, okay? Goodbye, Beatrice. I made you a witch hoping that you would either become my friend or help distract me from my boredom, and you answered my expectations. The second one, that is. Can't believe there's 4 more episodes left. I am a witch. Even if you don't acknowledge it, Lady Lambda Delta. I am a witch. You wouldn't have been capable of believing that if I hadn't become your guardian in the first place. Okay, it's game over for you now. I'll bury you in accordance with the rules of your game board. What happens to the lures in your game again? That has already shown that clearly in the previous game. You get tossed into the god's dinner party as a lump of living flesh and are chewed to bits. Now there is a fitting end for you, Beatrice. And I did come all the way here just to hear the death cries of one of... What the fuck? Just to hear the death cries of one as haughty as you. Why is Butler just standing here? Can't he do something? One by one, a massive number of unspeaking goat attendants slipped out from behind pillars and began to fill the cathedral. Where is Dame Dene? Where is Dame Dene? The goat paid no attention to Natsuki, who was seated in the center, but the crowd completely enveloped her. From Beata's point of view up to the balcony, it must have looked like a huge boiling pot of goats. Fuck them goats. Chuckle? That's right. This was our contract from the beginning. Yup. Our contract said that whether you stopped entertaining me, you would relieve me of my boredom with your life. Come, strip the title of witch from this woman and throw you into a pot of goats. Suddenly there were goats standing right behind Beata. They lifted her up roughly. Let's hear some nice screams. You're a bottle of wine we've been saving for this day. Then remain silent will be my final strike back at you. Yes, I made you said it. The screams of those who give me that line as a parting shot are the most gratifying of all. Now fall, Beatrice. The goats carrying Beata no longer viewed her as their master. After holding her above the pot of clambering goats, which was snorting heavily in anticipation, they threw Beata's slender body into the air. All at once, the squirmish goats faced the heavens and raised their arms. It was almost as though devouring her flesh would allow them to forget their pain for just a short while. As she flew through the air, Beata tried to smile boldly, but it was so forced that it seemed even more pathetic, greatly pleasing Bercastel. When Beata fell into the pot, the goats caught her. Of course they didn't do it gently. The arm of countless goats pulled at her flesh to keep it from themselves. They tried to tear her to bits. It didn't have to be flesh. Hair, fingernails, shoes, even bits of her dress worked just fine.
What are we waiting for, game?
The mouths of those goats were a getaway into hell. However, Beata was too big to pass as a getaway. So they had to chew and tear her,
Excuse me, can you stop now?
into bits small enough to fit into it. Beata let out a bold laugh. She laughed from inside the pod of goats. However, her expression was very different from the one she had intended. It was an expression not of a witch, but of a single human screaming out for the final time. Time to stop!
Yay!
Finally! Then the sea of goats parted. Get fucked, sea of goats.
Oh, Lenore leaped forward,
Slicing all the goats in her path with a single flash of his longsword. It was a thin slice, like cutting through butter. Can I get Butler on the scene, please, so I can finish the stream? The guards were surprised by Lenore's sudden appearance and stepped back. In the center, Beatrice cowered in tatters, sobbing.
No! What's the matter of this, Inquisitor Lenore?
My apologies, but I have something to say. There is someone who has an objection to this verdict.
Yay! Represent and represented, let's go!
His name is Shinomiya Butler. All of the goats stared at Butler, as they should.
What do you find unsatisfactory about the Count's decision? I assume you possess new evidence or truth sufficient to reclaim a retail?
I get it. Lenore is offering me a helping hand. If she hadn't jumped in here, it'd be all over. And I fully understand now how I'm supposed to fight. But it's a very understanding that makes me unable to fight. Because I know I can win by simply countering Erika's truth. If I want to deny her truth, I'll need to present a different one. And I still don't have a clue what the truth is.
There is nothing that time cannot heal, and there is no such truth that cannot be reached if you spend enough time searching. However, all courts place time limit upon determining the truth, and the truth cannot be reached within the time limit cannot become truth.
Questionable? Yeah, I know that! By now everyone is certain that Aunt Natsuhi is a culprit. It might be too late now, even for real truth. And evil violence will probably go unstopped, and no one is even thinking about protecting Aunt Natsuhi. It's no longer a situation where we can say, oh, the truth will eventually be found. And in this world, even the time allotted to us to expose the truth is very short. It's already midnight and the end of a game. Yeah, I know, it is midnight. The police won't come. The truth won't be revealed. The only truth... Holy fuck. I need to go. Shit, I forgot that I need to go, like, super soon. Okay, you know what? The only truth decided upon here, and now will remain. Come on, Butler, say something important so I could dramatically end here.
Not be silent.
Do it! Say it! I slowly stood up. Bye bye, thank you for the stream, thank you for watching. I'm streaming tomorrow, by the way, just saying. I slowly stood up, walked in front of Beato, and faced Lenore. I have no plan. I don't know the truth. However, if I don't jump in now, I won't get another chance to fight. The route used by Erika Group is mercilessly strict. I seriously doubt that I can put together a truce where Aunt Natsuhi isn't the culprit without violating the threat. Why is there a certain face? How pathetic. Okay, let's end it here. I swear to God, if I'm gonna come here tomorrow and this chapter have like 10 minutes left, I'm gonna be so mad. Okay. Thank you for watching. Bye bye. See you tomorrow. Why am I speaking in this voice? Sorry. Bye bye.